is Whataburger Friday Night Stars, presented by Game On Sports, live from the Star in Frisco, Texas, and the Dallas Cowboys Headquarters. Here's Kyle Yeomans, Zach Walchuk, Eric Chiafalo, and Heckma Harrison.
Week number 8 of the Texas high school football season. Oh my goodness, we are there. We are 3 weeks away. By the end of the night, we will be 2 weeks away from playoff time in Texas. But for right now, it's district matchup mayhem all the way across the North Texas area. And we're going to bring all of it to you right here on Whataburger Friday Night Stars, presented by Game On Sports. As always, we are live from Frisco, Texas, the Star in Frisco, Dallas Cowboys Headquarters. I'm Kyle Yeomans alongside the outstanding trio of Heckma Harrison, Zach Walchuk, and Mr. Eric Chiafalo, who never loves to use a chair.
No, I like to stand. Well,
never uses a chair.
There's only 2 comfy chairs in here.
That's true.
And so they're
already taken. Walchuk is the one that sacrifices for us all.
Walchuk's definitely not.
2 weeks
in the
ago, this
chair.
became a thing. I got literally my lunch money stolen.
I think it was last week.
And this is the second week for this. And now all of a sudden, we're chair shortage here. So I'll take the one. It's still not bad. It just doesn't have the arms.
Listen,
that's what
we just have the arms.
Or the height.
Perception is not always reality. The thing about this is that the chair that he had last week was mine the week before, and
but not the 6 weeks before that.
We're getting off.
I don't know, something weird
We're
happened.
getting off track already. So help us here.
It's
Yeoman.
I don't know. I kind of like the rivalry at
always
the end
on
of
track.
the table. I like to let it stew a little bit before.
He said I took his lunch money. Basically what he said.
That's exactly
That's
what
actually word for word what he said.
Heckma can be quite intimidating. So I just handed it right over and said, you know what? I'm not going to fight over a chair, brother.
Oh, man. Able to let it go for the better of your health and everybody else's in the room.
Unbelievable.
Guys, week 8 of Texas high school football. It's crazy that we're already here, and it's been a ton of fun. This is show number 8. First season, of course, of Whataburger Friday Night Stars. And the way we've kind of done it is we used to go into predictions first. Now we go into previews first. And looking at the slate of what we have this week, having it be with district rivalries, matchups, really of big-time powers, we've got a lot to talk about on week 8 here on Whataburger Friday Night Stars. Let's get straight into it. We're going to go across the highway a little bit to Toyota Stadium, the Colony and Frisco Lone Star. Frisco Lone Star, of course, with the defense. This is one of the best defenses in the entire area, really the entire state of Texas. 5 points given up on average. This is going to be quite the football game in a soccer stadium.
Yeah, no, this is going to be incredible. You have, like you mentioned, Lone Star's defense, and the Colony's offense is really, really good. 46 points a game, 465 yards per game. And these are the top 2 teams in District 558 Division I. Both teams are 5-1. Both teams are 3-0 in the district. So a lot of implications here. I wish this was at the Ford Center. Right here at the Star. That would be really, really nice. But like you said, they're at the soccer stadium. The weather is going to play a factor here. As we all know, the torrential downpours have not stopped. They're still continuing. Hopefully we're not getting any delays in lightning. But the weather will be a factor here, and that is advantage Lone Star. With that stellar defense, that's obviously going to give them an advantage there. And the Colony, when you look at their offense, they have a couple of guys. It starts with Miles Price. He's their do-it-all guy. He's running back. He's receiver. He's got 12 touchdowns receiving on 37 catches and 700 yards. He's got 200 yards rushing and 3 touchdowns rushing. So this dude really does it all. But then they also have a really good running back in Jaden Abdallah, the senior runner. 750 yards, 8 yards a carry, 9 touchdowns. The Lone Star defense is going to have their hands full. And I haven't even mentioned the quarterback, Mikey Harrington, who's thrown for 1,400 yards, 19 touchdowns, only 3 picks. Mikey's been a stud. And that's a Colony offense that's been a run-heavy team over the years. And now they're more balanced.
Yeah, they definitely are. And you look at the total offense that they're able to put up, it's going to be interesting to see how well they fare against that stout defense from Lone Star. Lone Star, of course, like you said, maybe used to playing in the Ford Center, an indoor facility, opposed to playing outdoors in the weather, a little bit different. We've got Jackson Donovan on the scene from Toyota Stadium, and Jackson's going to give us a little preview of what's to come here with the Colony and Frisco Lone Star. Jackson?
We are live here at Toyota Stadium in Frisco as we have the Colony going up against Frisco Lone Star. Both teams coming in with only 1 loss on the season. And for me, with all this rain and the bad weather coming in, it is going to be sloppy. it is going to come down to defense. And if you're looking at defense, you can't look past Lone Star. Lone Star, averaging less than 10 points a game, have been an absolute force on the defensive front. I see them coming out early and setting the tone. So it's going to be up to the Colony offense to see if they can rally, get some points on the board early. If they can do that, I think they can control the tempo. But look for Lone Star's defense to be absolutely shut down in this game, because it is raining, it is very wet, and on a natural grass field, it is going to get sloppy, and it is going to be a major factor in this ball game.
Over under how many slide tackles on that Toyota pitch?
Ooh,
Anybody?
that's a great one. I'm going to go 6.
Six? Over
Yeah,
under?
I'm with it.
I'll take the over. I'll take the over on that.
over on that?
Yeah, slide tackling is going to be a big factor with the sloppy grass today.
The thing
Not
for,
really.
and you were talking about the Colony's offense, which does provide a ton of balance when you look at it across the board. Able to run the football, pass the ball, probably one of the best offenses the Colony's had. But Lone Star has played some exceptional offenses, namely Highland Park. So it's not like the Colony hasn't seen an offense that provides the kind of balance. Maybe running-wise, the Colony brings a little bit of a different factor. But for Lone Star, we know how good they are. I think it just comes down to this offense being a little bit more consistent. Julian Larry at quarterback, Darren Smith running the football, Mims outside at wide receiver. They're playmakers. They seem to always get the play when they have to have it, but just consistently through 4 quarters.
The one thing about Lone Star's defense is the fact that it travels.
It does.
You know, it doesn't matter what weather you're in. It could rain. They played the Highland Park game, I believe. It was raining the whole game. Shut down.
Yeah, they held that Highland Park offense, like you mentioned, to 10 points that game.
That was huge.
Absolutely.
It's
Weather
incredible.
was not a heat. It was hot. It was an early September kickoff, so it was hot. But I don't think that's one game I was able to go to for a Thursday night. I don't think it was raining.
Don't think it was raining. Either way, it's impressive to hold an offense like that to 10 points. That's the biggest thing.
Absolutely.
And that defense is a real deal for Lone Star. It doesn't matter who they've played.
And they're just
and this
super
is a good
athletic
matchup.
and talented. And heck, I mean, they can just do a lot of different things schematically because of that athletic talent.
Yeah, situational awareness. They can play. If you're a fast team, slow team, doesn't matter. They have the package for you.
Yeah, another team that can do some things athletically is Jesuit, but hey, they're going up against maybe a team that can do that a little bit better than anybody in the state. Maybe. Jesuit and Allen. This is a matchup that, at least going into the season, we had circled saying, hey, can Jesuit knock off Allen on the road? Now doesn't necessarily look like that as much. You look at Jesuit coming in at 2-4 overall. Allen is Allen. 9-6A. Whenever this redistricting kind of happened, we saw, hey, E.J. Smith, Kevin Schumann for Jesuit, maybe something happens there, but the defense just hasn't really held up their end of the bargain, and really the offense hasn't looked as good as they have either, Zach.
Yeah, and I was really excited about Don Woods coming over from Highland Park to Jesuit because, you know, Kyle, you and I got to spend some time with covering Highland Park last year. And Don Woods is outstanding, and the defenses that he put on the field, especially matchup-wise with the game plan week to week in the playoffs, some games that athletically, it seemed like that Scott's team was not going to be able to match up. Schematically, he found a way to put his players in position to succeed. This year, it hasn't been there. I mean, this Jesuit defense has been a leaky faucet, and that does not bode well when you're going up against Grant Tisdale from Allen, Theo Weiss, Andrew Henry. They're stable playmakers all across the board. Offensively, they've held up their end of the bargain. I mean, they're the 18th or 19th ranked offense within the 6A area. You know, Kevin Schumann, he's been getting it done on the ground as well as through the air. And E.J. Smith, same thing. Running-wise, he's the total package. He's been getting it done more so in the passing game. I know one thing that Allen recognized on film while watching Jesuit, and Coach Gamble talked about this week, was their offensive line. Jesuit has a lot of good size up front. Their offensive line could cause some problems, wear down that front from Allen. And Jesuit likes to play an up-tempo, that quick hurry-up, get to the line. That's something Allen has not faced yet this year. So if the Rangers have an advantage at all in this game, I think it might be to come out early, use that speed and that quick tempo to their advantage, maybe catch Allen on their heels a little bit. But this defense has just been so bad, I don't see them beating Allen.
Yeah, they just haven't necessarily had the success, at least going into this game, than we thought they would. And this would be, of course, a season-changing win. Just don't know if that's going to happen. We have Ashley Pickle from Eagle Stadium. Ashley, what's going on with the weather there? Because, of course, it's been bad everywhere. But tell us about a little bit more of this matchup between Allen and Jesuit.
Well, guys, we are back here for yet another rainy and cold night of high school football. But don't you worry, Friday Night Stars is still out here covering all sorts of DFW 6A Texas high school football games. My name is Ashley Pickle, and I am back out at Eagle Stadium in Allen, Texas for the second week in a row. This time for the Allen Eagle versus Dallas Jesuit Rangers game. Now, taking a look back at Allen's last game here at Eagle Stadium last week, they went into a head-to-head battle against Plano West. Both teams coming in at 5-0 on the season, undefeated, and what many people thought might be the first loss for Allen in over 8 years in the regular season. With the game being tied 14-14 at the end of the first quarter, Allen quickly made that not happen as they scored 60 points in the remainder of the game, making the final score 74-35, Allen on top. Now, how did they put that many points on the board? Well, a big part of that was thanks to senior quarterback. He is an Ole Miss commit, Grant Tisdale. Tisdale had over 600 yards of total offense and 6 different touchdowns, 2 in the air and 4 on the ground. So an unbelievable offensive showing from Allen this last week. They are looking to repeat that, but Dallas Jesuit coming in, hoping to maybe give them their first loss in 2011 days in the regular season. So Jesuit coming in to tonight 2-4 on the season and 1-2 in district play after a heartbreaking loss last week against Prosper. There was 2 seconds left on the clock and they had a chance to kick a field goal to win the game and ended up missing it, the final score being 30-28. But they are coming in with quarterback Kevin Schumann and running back E.J. Smith. Now, he is one of the most versatile receiving backs in Texas high school football, so he's looking to have a big offensive night as well. And their defense, of course, hoping to stop that explosive Allen offense. So you can keep up with this game by tuning into Friday Night Stars. The guys back in the studio at the Star in Frisco will be bringing you highlights and score updates from this game, and again, DFW 6A high school football all across the area. And of course, if you're not able to tune in tonight, make sure to follow Friday Night Stars on Twitter.
Thanks so much, Ashley. Another great report from the hardest working woman in sports. Ghostbusters blaring in the background.
Ghostbusters.
How do you know?
That's when you know it's almost Halloween time, right?
Warming up in the corner. Did you see the size on some of those boys?
Man, they were big boys.
I was hoping to see a little more dancing from the players on the field. Dancing.
Nothing from them, but oh well. I mean, you got to take what you can get.
Keeping it professional.
Take what you can get. Plano and Plano East, one of the best rivalries in the entire state. And Eric, I know you're going to preview this game in here in just a moment, but Zach, you had a clip that we wanted to kind of look at. Tell us a little bit about this clip and what it is and where you found this from.
So in 2007, Plano and Plano East were featured on a Versus show that kind of covered the best high school football rivalries across the country. And for whatever reason, they decided to pick Plano and Plano East, which in Texas is a budding rivalry. I think their all-time series with Plano's win last year is now 18-17-1. Plano has a slight edge. So a very competitive series, but this is just the intro to that video. You can go ahead and find it on YouTube if you're interested in watching it. It was a great game, probably the last time that Plano and Plano East were both really good at the same time. And that's kind of the history behind it.
Well, let's take a look at it. It's the Flashback Friday, first ever Flashback Friday from Friday Night Stars. Let's take a look at this because it's a really cool little video.
There's nothing like Texas high school football. There was a reason why Friday Night Lights was shot in Texas.
All right. Plano East and Plano have just gone to the back alley and they've just gone at each other with everything.
Hey, they think we're some flukes. Let's show them we're for real, baby.
We will win. Ain't no other option.
Get this in the end zone. I don't care what it takes.
Davis comes up with a basket catch. They got 6 points. We come down to a one-card cut right here. They do not convert this, and Plano wins the football game.
Oh, it'll give you chills.
Isn't that cool?
That game was awesome. It was an awesome game.
Man.
And that was the last really great Plano team, a team that went all the way to the state semifinal and dropped it to eventual state champion Euless Trinity, a really good East squad.
Rex Burkhead there.
Yeah, Rex Burkhead now doing it for the New England Patriots. And, yeah, that was just an incredible game, an incredible rivalry, Eric.
Yeah, no, it really is, and it's more than just the football teams. You know, this is a city thing. Walchuk, you can attest to this. These are like all the alumni, more than all the band members at across town schools. All your friends, you got family members, you got coworkers. Everybody throughout the week is talking about this game. Now, it's a shame for Plano that Plano East is coming off that smackdown embarrassment to Allen, and you know they're going to want to take all that frustration out on Plano. And it's been that, Plano season sort of comes spiraling down a little bit, but a win against Plano East would really, I think, make it a successful season. Right? It would make it a successful season, even if they lose the rest of the games of the season. Beating Plano East is a big thing. And so I don't think that's going to happen tonight. Unfortunately, the Plano offense really just, if it's Kyron Cumby and it's Cody Christ. And if it's neither one of those guys, the offense just really can't do anything. And the Plano East defense is obviously, we know they're very good, and that offense is probably going to want to get back on track. Brandon Mallory, I don't see the Plano defense having an answer for the three-headed monster of Mallory and Trey Scott Jones and Jalen Anderson of that Plano East offense. That's just going to be too much for Plano. But I would expect Plano to come out, since their offense has been struggling, and the weather, you never know what's going to happen with weather like this. But I would imagine
it bodes well for Plano.
It does, because it's going to lead to sloppy football, and I would think Plano offensively is going to try to just pull some rabbits out of their head, right?
No doubt, rabbits out of the head. Well, and Jadon McCullough, Plano's head coach, described Plano as a dog in the corner fighting to get out. So they know their back's against the wall.
Wow, love it.
They know they're 1-2.
Are they a pit bull though, or are they a Chihuahua?
We'll find out.
They're a dog in the corner.
We'll find out here. They're a dog, and it's also interesting because this rivalry is now in blood. You've got two brothers coaching against each other: Joey McCullough for Plano East and Jadon McCullough for Plano. So there's a lot that goes into this rivalry.
I'd want to be Joey tonight.
I love all those kind of games, man, because, again, it's like the Super Bowl for Plano. Everybody knows each other. Guys go to middle school together. So tough rivalry game. But, again, Plano East is going to be real and ready to go.
Murphy's Kimbrough Stadium is going to be on fire tonight.
It's a place to be, no doubt.
I'm happy you're here with us tonight. I'm sure you want to be.
Yeah, thank God.
Man, I tried to get a remote going and be at the game and do a little call-in, but I couldn't. I love you guys too much.
I appreciate it.
I'm glad you're here. Let's go to taps.
Pause.
How about a little bit of taps? Bishop Lynch and Parish Episcopal. We've got Nick Laupius, who's actually on the call for this game. We'll have him call in just a little bit later. But, Heckma, what's going on at the taps level? This is a matchup.
I tell you what, man, one thing about it is Parish Episcopal has a guy that I believe, just from watching him on film, this guy is going to play at the next level, and he's going to be big time.
Tell me about him.
Preston Stone.
Yep.
Last week,
Are you talking about a sophomore quarterback?
I am talking
going
about
to play on Sundays.
No, I was talking next level. I'm talking
Saturday.
Football. Yeah, no, I didn't jump out of the cake, Walchuk. All right,
no, he's still in the cake.
Okay, do you understand? I'm just saying he's going to be at the next.
I mean, you show me a slice of cake.
Hello. Anyway, like I said, the Parish Episcopal team is led by Preston Stone. This kid has 1,500 yards on the season, 22 touchdowns. The only thing is about this game that really makes me nervous, and I was making the point before I was interrupted by Walchuk, was that last week with the monsoon that came down, it really was not indicative of the type of team that Parish Episcopal is. They didn't have a first down last week, and that was the one stat that we looked at that really just jumped off and like, hey, is this kid so good he didn't even get one first down?
Thanks for Chris Beam to bringing that to our attention, because we completely overlooked that. And Chris is like, did y'all not notice that there were 0 first downs? Which is, I think you got to give a lot of credit to Bishop Dunn's defense, though.
Absolutely.
And the weather certainly played a factor. But Bishop Dunn,
more than anything, the weather played a big factor in that game because of the type of offense that Parish plays. Now, on the other side of the ball with Bishop Lynch, Coach Chuck Fawcett has 23 returning lettermen. And I mean, these guys are literally, most of them, defensively. Defensive lineman Warren Wall, 6'4", 220 pounds. This guy is a wall in the middle. So he is definitely going to be someone that puts the Parish Episcopal team to the test. But also brothers Grayson and Gabriel Murphy, 2 linebackers. They fly to the ball. Great guys. One of them going to UNT commit.
All right, like him already.
Last week.
And the weather's going to play a big factor in this one. Parish, can you do something offensively in the rain?
Oh, yeah.
They didn't last week. They struggled.
What you got?
They struggled. They did indeed. How about this one? Frisco Reedy and Denton Braswell. Not your normal, I guess, real
sexy matchup.
Well, it's not a rivalry game. It's two young schools, young programs, haven't been around a long time.
I think Reedy's pretty sexy.
Frisco Reedy 7-0, and they're coming off that 51-0 win over Lovejoy last week.
Well, they got, who's that quarterback they have, Eric?
Oh,
Foskey. Yeah, Josh Foskey's the real deal at QB for Frisco Reedy as they look to be the first team in 5A football to go 8-0 because they're the one school that has not had a single stop to their game, whether it's a bye week, whether it's been rain delay. They've been fortunate enough to get them all played in, so they're going for that perfect 6-0 district record. Den Breswell's an up-and-coming team, and they had a big win last week over a first-year program in Lebanon Trail. But you look at this, and Reedy, I think, just has too much offensively. Braswell's going to need to have some big plays down the field from their quarterback Grayson Thompson to receivers Cam Smith and Jordan Joyce. That's kind of the way to go about that if they're going to have a chance to win this football game for Braswell. It's an uphill battle, but Frisco Reedy, one of the premier teams, number 10 in the state of Texas in 5A. So absolutely a team to watch out for and one that we're going to be monitoring the rest of the way. Now in 6A, another Denton school just down the road, Denton Geyer, has maybe my favorite matchup of the night. It's Denton Geyer, it's Keller, it's a District 5-6A showdown. Both teams coming in 2-1 in district play. Major playoff applications in this one, boys. Now, Geyer, we've been following them all year long. They were hurt in the beginning of the year. They're finally back healthy. And 2 weeks ago against South Lake Carroll, I don't know that I've seen a team take a loss as well as that one. On the road at Dragon Stadium against one of the best teams in 6A. They used that momentum, catapulted it, got a big win last week over Timber Creek. And after that one, they won by 10. They were up 25 at half. And after the game, all Geyer's talking about, including their sophomore quarterback Eli Stowers, is what did we do wrong to just win by 10? This is a team that it's not good enough. They've got a three-headed monster in Stowers at quarterback, Cobbs at running back, and Seth Metter's been outstanding at the receiver position. But across the field,
better tell them.
Keller comes in with Sloan Henry at quarterback, who's having an outstanding season. Heckma's man, Enoch and Chobo, one of the best, most physical, bruising running backs in the state, and wide receiver Damon Smith. This is going to be an outstanding matchup. Two electrifying offenses. Which defense can make the play? And head coach for Denton Geyer, John Walsh, said that Sloan Henry, this quarterback from Keller, has the strongest arm he's seen from a kid since Ryan Mallett in high school football.
Wow. And that's like a 6'9".
Yeah, and if you liked Ryan Mallett or not, he was pretty good at Arkansas, but the dude had a rifle for an arm. So this is going to be a great contest. Keller's offense going to play a true spread, try and count the numbers, see what their matchup is. Can Geyer defensively get out their matchup? But this is just – I got to cover Geyer for 2 years, and this is the kind of district game that they will play up for on the road. They'll use this as a big win and take that and form it into a deep playoff run. I really think Geyer's got a good chance to go on the road in Keller and get this victory.
Yeah, I definitely think so as well.
If Sloan Henry has that cannon of an arm, then this is a great night to show it in the weather, in the conditions where it's tough to throw the football. If he does that, that'll bode well for that Keller offense. But two stud running backs that you do not want to have to tackle. Like the weather for this game really makes this game even better for me because the rushing attacks on both offenses and the gruesome running like Heckma talks about, both of these running backs run with that style.
Oh, that's going to be a downhill football game every time either team has the football. So it's going to be a fun one to watch. One team that did struggle last week a little bit in the rain was the Coppell Cowboys, our cardiac Cowboys that we've dubbed for really some of their close wins over Hebron, over Irving MacArthur. Well, they finally got one against them last week in district play. Fell to Louisville 13-6, and against Flower Mound Marcus this week, it doesn't get much better or easier at all, Eric.
No, absolutely not. Marcus coming off a nice win, and Coppell only putting up 6 points last week. That leaves a bad taste in your mouth. You wonder how much the weather had to do with it, but we also know about their quarterback situation. Heckma came in, and he was like, man, their quarterback situation's dire right now because Carnegula comes in as the starter. He gets benched for Noel, who used to play at Flower Mound Marcus, but now he's banged up. And so now I don't know who's going to get the start at quarterback, but either way, that position is in flux, and now everything is on the shoulders of senior running back Ryan Hurt for that Coppell offense. Now, it's similar for Flower Mound Marcus because their star offensive player is going to be running back Justin Dinka. So you expect a lot of running. I would expect a really low-scoring game. The weather's certainly going to play a factor. Neither quarterback scares you offensively. Now, Nussmeyer, the sophomore kid from Flower Mound Marcus. He's probably, I mean, just given the circumstances, by default, he's the best quarterback in this game. But it's really going to come down to the defense and the running between the two stud running backs.
Yeah, and I really like Capel's defense in this game. I think a lot of the things that they know that Marcus likes to do, especially get the ball out to Marcel Brooks on the bubble screen, I see Capel with their DBs attacking that bubble immediately.
No question. And that bodes well for Jonathan McGill, who's a player that I'll bring up a little bit later. And I wouldn't be surprised if you see Jonathan McGill, with the struggles at quarterback, maybe play a little bit more on the offensive side of the football. He can play running back, receiver. He is just a playmaker. Get the ball in his hands. He will make something happen.
And I've got a playmaker for you as we move into our next game. Frisco Independence, Frisco Wakeland. This is across the hallway at the Ford Center. How about Braylon Braxton? My goodness, the quarterback.
Love the name, too.
Yeah, his great name. Quarterback for Independence. Already just kind of putting up some numbers, but you look at what he's been able to do with this offense. 36 points per game, almost 400 yards on average. This is a crucial matchup in District 5. 5A, of course, Lone Star is also in that district. You've also got the matchup in Denton Geyer, or wait, no, that's 6A, excuse me, looking at the wrong sheet here. But there are some different teams in this district that are going to make some noise at certain points. The Colony, another one to name there. But
and Lone Star.
Wakeland, Lone Star also there. But with Wakeland and with Independence, you look at the offense for Independence, and can Wakeland slow them down? That's going to be the key to this football game. So you look at that across the hallway, and that's exactly what's going on right now.
And the beautiful uniforms, the Auburn-looking Wakeland.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a live look in at the Ford Center, and they do look like Auburn. Aren't those uniforms great? I think both of the teams' uniforms look pretty incredible.
Yeah,
it's really crazy to me how quickly the games are played at the Star.
Oh, they are very
These
fast.
games just move quick. You don't have to worry about the weather at all. And we're already, looking at going into the second quarter here in this one. It's wild how quickly the game plays. The game pace is
26 minutes of gameplay, and they're already in the second quarter. They don't mess around at the Star. How about Hebron and Flower Mound? This is a matchup in District 6A that really could make some noise in terms of Flower Mound being in the driver's seat to go to their first playoff appearance since 2010. My goodness, this could be something special if you look at it from a Flower Mound perspective.
Kyle, I'll tell you just like this, man. Flower Mound has done a good job of flying under the radar. No one's been looking for them, but they haven't done nothing but go out and take care of their business. And if they get a win tonight versus Hebron, everyone will have them in their crosshairs. I mean, the two losses that they have are to a good Fossil Ridge team and Prosper. But again, they've averaged 37 points a game. Junior quarterback Blake Short is having a great season with 1,200 yards passing, 12 TDs, but they do everything behind their running game with Pierce Hudgens. He's a very shifty running back, 826 yards on the season so far, 8 touchdowns. But guys, look, it's all about Hebron. Trajon Bridges is the man. He's going to go out. He's very explosive, and he's had a very mediocre senior season, I think, to his own standards by now. But again, if Flower Mound pulls out this victory, this will be one where everyone in 6A will be saying, hey, these guys are for real.
Absolutely, and this is what makes this time of the season and this week so great, is because you've got a lot of these district matchups, and the playoff implications are there for the taking, and you got to give Flower Mound a lot of credit. They have taken care of business inside of their district. I mean, they have a big win over Louisville to start district play. They put up 35 points on that Fighting Farmer defense. So this offense for Flower Mound, is legit. And for Hebron, I think, you're talking about Trajan Bridges. One, teams know he's the guy, so they're taking him away. But they need somebody else within that offense to kind of step up to draw some attention away from Trajan Bridges. And that's when I think you'll see the Hawk offense really start to come and play to their caliber. On the road at Flower Mound, it would not shock me if the Jags got that victory tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's definitely a chance that the Jags come out 5-2, and you're looking at a real turnaround. And
that sets up a huge rivalry game with Marcus next week.
Especially if Marcus pulls out a victory today. Of course, Marcus matched up with Coppell.
There's so much juicy storylines.
There really is.
So many.
There really is. Another juicy storyline from District 6A to District 5A. How about the Carroll Dragons? They're back, baby. They're 6-0.
Did they ever leave?
No, not really. Other than that, Fossil Ridge is coming to town, though. Heckman, tell them Tell us about this matchup.
Look, I will say this. That South Lake, even though they played, they had a bye last week versus Byron Nelson. Let's just call it what it is.
Wow.
Most of their guys were in shells by the third quarter, okay? But coming into this game, it's going to be very different because Fossil Ridge is returning 35 lettermen. And look, they're battle tested. These are guys that have been there. And so this is definitely going to be a test for the Dragons. Look, the two losses that they have, to Ryan and Northwest Eaton last week in a kicker, and I think it was a field goal it took for Eaton to win that game. But again, Keller Fossil Ridge is not going to just lay down tonight, guys.
I know, Eric, you're a big fan of that defense.
Yeah, no, the defense is really good. South Lake's going to have their hands full. Again, the weather comes into play. Any good defense is thinking to themselves, awesome, advantage us going into this game, and I think Fossil Ridge will take any advantage that they can get going into this one.
Yeah. And I didn't mention it, but their defense, Rafael Hernandez and also Klein Malanga, amazing.
Beasts.
Yeah, and with Fossil Ridge, they played a lot of close football games. They went to overtime with Ryan. He talked about that 2-point victory. So, TJ McDaniel is a great source for Carroll. In a rainy day, they can just turn around and hand the ball off to him. Will Bowers also at quarterback. So for Carroll, you think of that run, that spread offense, throw the football around. The run game's really been their bread and butter all year.
And Carroll needs to get off to a faster start offensively.
Yes.
We've seen them
Definitely
get off to a slow start, and it hasn't bit them yet, but this Fossil Ridge defense is good enough to where it could end up biting you.
That's a great point. I love what you're saying there because we've talked about that on the show a couple different weeks. Carroll just hasn't gotten off to the start. But how about, Zach, you and I need to give a little bit of love to the little guys.
I love the
4A teams.
Yeah.
How about some of the best 4A teams that really I've seen in quite some time, one of which being Melissa and Salina. This is a huge game. 7 4A. Actually, both of these games are in District 7 4A. But Salina 5-1 against Melissa 4-2. But Melissa has the offense to put up some numbers. Wow, 460 yards almost of total offense on average, 37 points per game. But you look on the other side, Salina's not that shabby on offense either, so this is going to be a high-scoring game. And then you move on to another matchup inside 7 4A. Zach, tell me about Paris and Argyle.
Paris and Argyle, you got the 12th best team in 4A against the second best team in Argyle. And Argyle, they're putting themselves together amongst them with the programs like a Salina in 4A that year in and year out, they are an elite program. Both these teams, stout defenses. You can see they're averaging less than 17 points per game. And coming into this one, Argyle's offense is one of the most explosive in the state. They've put up 75 points on Sanger 2 weeks ago, headlined by Bo Hogaboom, who has had an impressive season at the quarterback
Is that Gary's
position.
baby? Gary Hogaboom?
I thought the same thing.
No?
And I don't know that for sure,
okay.
but that's a unique last name.
I'll check with my sources.
Eric's the guy to know about that, but he's got 21 touchdowns just to 4 interceptions.
Goodness
and Tito Bice, their outstanding running back as well, 11 touchdowns on the ground. So they're a balanced team. If Paris can win this one against Argyle, they're in great position to run the table in District 7 4A. Their final 2 games of the season are against teams with a combined 0-13 record. So this is really the last test for Paris before they get gearing for the playoffs.
They got a bad test coming up today, man, because the Eagles are tough.
Yeah, they are good, man. And if Paris can pull off the upset, they're outside of the top 10 right now in the state. They'll jump up the polls, no question.
For sure.
Yeah, no question. They'll jump up. How about Rowlett and Wiley? Rowlett, of course, undefeated, 5-0 on the season. This is a Rowlett team that we really saw tested early. They haven't had as much test later, but even on the road at Wiley, they could see a little bit of a battle here, Heckma, right?
Absolutely. Hey, and just like that Plano East game, this is a rivalry game as well. Both of these teams are cities right close to each other. These kids, middle school and elementary school together. But listen, guys, although Wiley is 2-4, they are going to get up for this Rowlett Eagle team. But make no mistake about it, the Eagles have gone about their business very quietly as well. Another undefeated team in the city, not making a lot of noise. I wish they would have played Rockwall, but that game was rained out. But guys, their offensive, don't sleep. What I wanted to make sure that I say to you, don't sleep on running back Jerry Evans. Now
Evans.
Hey, we know you're gonna name your firstborn Jerry, right?
Absolutely.
Boy or girl is gonna be Jerry.
Yeah. Every young person should be named Jerry. When I see a young person, an infant, the first name that comes to my mind is Jerry.
You know Jerry Jones is not listening to this right now, right?
Oh, no,
I know we're at the Star, but it doesn't have the room.
You never know.
But
he's actually one of our biggest fans.
Let me say this, guys. The
Sorry.
Rowlett Eagle defense is the real deal. I call these guys the 3PP defense. 3 plays and you're gonna punt. Okay.
3PP?
3PP, baby. Every time. 3 plays
I like
and
that.
punt. It's out of there. And so they're not getting a lot of recognition, but I promise you after tonight they will.
Wiley or Rowlett?
Rowlett.
Yeah, no, but Wiley's coming in back-to-back wins. They're playing well in district play. I mean, look, I agree with you. Rowlett's undefeated, and they've been overlooked.
So what you saying, Chuck?
Don't overlook Wiley. That Amo is a tough place to play. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, it is a tough place to play.
And no better time to upset when there's a rivalry and there's bad weather. That's a combination
Weather
for crazy
seems to
things
be a
to happen.
theme, doesn't it?
It does seem to be a theme, doesn't it? And that definitely is popping up. Another tough place to play, though. How about McKinney ISD Stadium? There's a pretty nice little matchup there today, isn't there, Eric?
Absolutely. You are correct, my friend. McKinney North coming in 5-2 on the season. Last week, they scored 90 points against Wiley East.
How many points did they score?
The most impressive part about the 90 points, Walchuk, was that they had 0 after the first quarter.
No.
So they scored 90
Wait, after
points.
the first quarter?
Yeah. So
they scored 90 points in the first quarter.
They scored 90 points in the final 3 quarters of the game.
What? That's unbelievable.
Wow.
I mean, come on. They had 48 points in the second quarter.
That's right.
And then they went on to go to 90. So McKinney North is coming off.
That is almost mathematically impossible.
I know. When you sit back and then you think about the weather that we had last week and you're like, what happened? And they scored in a bunch of different ways. Don't get me wrong. They did. But still, absolutely incredible that they're coming off a 90-point victory there. And listen, McKinney North has 2 stud running backs, Hunter Shea and Manny Fincher. Both of these dudes can carry the load. And at quarterback, it's interesting. We know about Cameron Constantine. This guy led them into the second round of the playoffs last year at quarterback. Well, he's been unseated by a junior quarterback named Dylan Markowicz, and he's 6'4", 225 pounds, and he's got an absolute cannon, and he's already thrown for 668 yards, 8 touchdowns, 2 picks on the season, and he didn't start the season. So the dude's racking up numbers at a quick pace, and in weather like this, a guy with a big arm, that bodes well. But it's all about the running game for McKinney North, and it's also going to be the same for West Mesquite. Their quarterback's not very good. Neil Johnson only completing 47% of his passes and only 7 touchdowns on the season. They're going to get the ball into Ty Jordan's hand at running back, 8 yards a carry, 8 touchdowns, almost 800 yards rushing on the season. McKinney North's defense is going to have to stop him. Once they do, that West Mesquite offense is going to be in trouble.
Yeah, definitely so. But I'm going to take your orange-colored team that had a big win last weekend.
Oh, the Orange Jackets?
No, not the Orange Jackets.
We're not talking Rockwall.
We're not talking Rockwall.
Sorry, though.
But they also have a bigger
Maybe we will.
quarterback. Maybe not in stature, but how about Michael Black and the Haltom Buffaloes after the win they had last week against Euless Trinity, 48-34 on the road? Then they take on the Abilene Eagles, who, by the way, are coming off of their second loss of the season, but it was a close one against San Angelo Central. So this is a matchup between Haltom and Abilene that you look at, and the first thing you got to look at is Michael Black, and the quarterback for Haltom. Oh, my goodness, he is a stud. And I know he's a big fan of yours, Heckma, big fan of yours, Zach.
I'm his biggest fan.
You're the biggest fan.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, that's fair.
He's really my guy. He's really my guy.
Really in the fan club.
But how about 500 yards per game almost on offense for Haltom? I could expect the same thing. Oh, wait, look at the defense on the other side. Total defense for Abilene, only 116 yards or 113 yards given up on average. Now, they don't really put up a bunch of points themselves.
That's a big problem. And I tell you what, they got Santa Claus is coming to town. Michael Black is going to be hard to stop. And they do a lot of things on offense that I believe Abilene ain't going to have an answer for.
Yeah,
so we will see.
Santa's bringing a bunch of touchdowns.
Boy,
with him.
I'm telling you, you got to. And look, I am in the fan club for a reason. I don't typically jump out of the cake and put on the fan club T-shirt unless you're a baller. That's just what it's got to happen.
We've said it. Heckma remains in the cake.
Yeah,
He's in the cake.
Until
It's
the
just
last
a fun,
possible second.
It's just a fun match between an Abilene program that's traditionally, historically rich, and then Haltom, who's having their best year maybe since 1987.
Might be their best team ever.
Ever, yeah.
Honestly,
it's
in
very
that program's
possible.
history.
And coming off maybe the biggest win ever.
Yeah, really a huge win last
I
week.
think that's safe to say that's probably true.
Yeah, one of those. But we've got some prediction games that we're going to get to. 7:30 kickoffs are just about
It's
8
my
minutes
time to
behind.
shine, boys.
Not allowed to look at the
He
current
already
scores.
has.
You can't look at the current scores. We're going to give some predictions. We'll be right back with Whataburger
Somebody
Friday
take this
Night
man's iPad
Stars.
away.
We are live from the Star in Frisco, Week 8 edition. We'll see you here in just a moment.
Today at Whataburger, we're cooking the sweet and spicy bacon burger.
The sweet and spicy bacon burger is my all-time favorite.
I love this burger. It's just perfect.
2 beef patties, 2 different types of cheese, caramelized onions. My favorite thing about this burger is the sweet and spicy pepper sauce and the bacon. You get it in every bite.
Nothing beats this.
The sweet and spicy bacon burger is an all-time favorite at Whataburger.
That's happiness.
Little ideas can turn into big dreams. Big dreams require careful planning and the right partner. A partner dedicated to helping you take care of your employees, protect your business, and plan for the future. It's sometimes overwhelming. It's often exciting. It's your story, and we can help. SWBC.
Nothing works up my thirst for an ice-cold Pepsi Cola like getting buckets. Whether I'm breaking ankles or breaking hearts.
Hey, Drew.
It always brings the refreshment, and I've been drinking it a long time.
Hey, Drew, how old are you anyway, man?
Doesn't matter. Uncle Drew, in theaters, June 29th. Future tastes good.
You want to bring the heat? Prove it. With carbs to help fuel muscles. And electrolytes to help replace what you lose in sweat. Studied, tested, proven. Nothing beats Gatorade.
On a Forbidden Fansville by Dr. Pepper.
Ramon, we can't.
But Julia,
We're rivals.
I can love you and still hate your overrated school.
We have 2 different defensive philosophies. You're a base 4-3 cover 2, and I'm an
aggressive 3-4 with press coverage. I get it, but we both love Dr. Pepper.
Oh, Ramon.
Touchdown, State!
Yes! In your face!
Dr. Pepper, the official drink of Fansville.
Hey football fans, check this out. It's called Fan Tag, the easiest way to get video highlights from all of your games. As a parent, I know the value of capturing our kids' special moments on video. Fan Tag makes it easy to relive a memory or share it with family, friends, and recruiters. Download the Fan Tag app, and on game day, find your event and get instant highlights delivered right to your phone. So never miss a moment. Try Fan Tag today. It's free.
This is Academy Sports and Outdoors. We offer a huge sports and outdoors selection of top name brand gear like you've never seen. All at low prices like you've never seen. Because we're a sports and outdoor store like you've never seen. Visit us in store or at academy.com for the guaranteed lowest prices. Academy Sports and Outdoors, for all for less.
Look, if you're not the lead dog, the scenery never changes. That's why this is the view for every other full-size pickup. And this year, it's deja vu all over again. Because only the Ford F-150 gives you best-in-class torque, best-in-class payload, and you got it, baby, best-in-class towing. This is the big dog. This is the Ford F-150. It doesn't just raise the bar, pal. It is the bar.
Current owners can now drive an F-150 with 0 for 66 plus $3,750 total savings, only at your Best in Texas Ford dealer.
back here from the Star in Frisco. That is the scene outside, and this is the scene inside. Before the show, we're much better at talking about football than we are at actually playing football. But we decided to go and take a little bit of break. Heckma's left out. Zach can't catch. Eric can't punt. I don't really know what I'm doing on the 40-yard line.
Look at this cannon.
Look at that. Boom. It's at least, 80 yards? Something like that?
It's not as good as this dime right here.
Touchdown, baby. Are we going to see it? Oh, he took it away. No spike.
Oh,
no. How heartbreaking.
Unbelievable.
Hey, we can come back to the Gronk spike later.
We'll talk about it later. We'll talk about it later.
Saving it for overtime.
Yeah, saving it for overtime. Maybe. Probably not. Okay, so let's talk about some of these prediction games. 7:30 kickoffs only, as always. Heckma.
Let's go.
I went back and looked at it. Zach gained a game on you. So you're still only one game up.
On Zach.
Eric, you gained a game as well.
Nice.
So you're 7 games back.
Nice.
And I gained a game as well.
Sweet. Did we ever find out where that week was that Eric just missed like every single game?
I haven't looked at that yet. I need to.
I
need to go back and look at it.
It was just a safe assumption.
Just like week 1 and 2, he picked all of them wrong.
I know it was early in the season, and it was something early on, and it was just a crazy ordeal. But let's see if we can catch Mr. Heckma Harrison, who is still on top of the mountain in terms of the prediction schedule.
That's the way it's going to be.
It is the way it's going to be.
Can you have Heckma go before me? Every single time. Well, I got to find a game that I pick differently, just in case.
You're not going to electoral college me.
We're not going to do that. But Heckma is going to start things off in Aledo.
I don't like to get political.
Aledo and Cleburne is our first game. Take it away.
Chase McClendon. Not going to make that mistake again. Aledo.
Okay.
It's McClellan.
Oh, he made a mistake.
Well, let's put some respect on that man's name.
Go ahead.
He deserves it.
And they've also got JoJo Earl. And I'm not sure if it's Earl or Early, but either way, great name at receiver. 9 touchdowns this year. He's got all of the receiving touchdowns from Jake Bishop, the long line of Bishop brothers. But I'm with you, man. I'm going Aledo.
My sources say it's early, and the early bird gets the worm.
Ooh.
Aledo all the way.
Coming in strong.
I don't know if that's actually true, but I like what you did there. I'm going to take Aledo here as well. I don't think there's any team in 5A that can beat the Bearcats, so I think I'd take them every single time.
Their mascot is the Yellow Jackets, by the way. I wonder if their colors are orange.
They are yellow and navy.
Oh, so they're
exactly what they should be.
Yep. Let's look at Arlington and Arlington Martin. Of course, Arlington, Jahari Rogers, the Colts, and a little bit of a Cinderella season, even though they probably won't tell you that. Eric, start us off on this.
Yeah, you said it. Jahari Rogers coming off a nice victory last week over Lamar. And I think just Coach Peach and this team just has it rolling right now. I think they continue that in a win over Martin tonight.
Me?
Oh, yeah.
Well, this was a game I don't think we were even really going to talk about it 2 weeks ago when Martin's winless. Then all of a sudden, here they get into district play, and they found that warrior spirit about them. Can Zach Mundell, the sophomore at quarterback, and Montrell Smith at running back keep pace with Jahari Rogers and the Arlington Colts? Heckma.
Not in the rain.
They will not.
Not in the rain.
Not in the rain. Even though they are a run-heavy team, there's just too much from the Colts, and their defense looked great against Bowie.
Not even with that warrior spirit.
They do have warrior spirit, and they might be able to keep it competitive for 3 quarters.
It's a rivalry game in the rain.
But I'm picking Arlington.
Okay.
I'm going to Arlington.
Not going to go with Martin here?
No, not at all. Not a chance.
Well, I'm going to go with the Colts as well. All the way across the board, we have not differed at one point in this prediction.
It's about to happen.
Oh, is it about to happen? Because we've got some good games coming up.
I really hope you take the Kangaroos.
Euless Trinity at Weatherford. Now, the records don't necessarily look too great. Now, how you look on the other side, Trinity coming off their first loss of the season. Weatherford's been playing well as of late.
And they're coming off a bye, so they've had 2 weeks to prepare.
Exactly. And in the rain, anything can happen. This one from Kangaroo Stadium, which, by the way, I love the fact that it's called Kangaroo Stadium.
I just love that they're the Kangaroos.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
I wish we had more Kangaroo mascots.
I'm going to go first on this, and I'm still going to take Trinity.
Ugh, weak.
I know. I thought about actually thinking about the upset here, but I'm going to go with the road team and the Euless Trinity Trojans again. Zach, you're up next.
I'm going Trinity, too. I don't think Ken Seals and this Weatherford offense has enough. Trinity is absolutely owed after that loss last week. And this weather, I mean, it speaks to how good Holtham is, because this is what Trinity is all about. Ground and pound, Brandon Theus on the ground. This is a Trojan domination written all over it.
Trojan man all the way.
Yeah, I'll make it a 4 for 4 going with Trinity. If they would have lost, or if they would have won last week, I would have had this as maybe one of those slip-up games that Trinity's known for having, but they already had it. So Euless is getting the win.
Shots fired at Holton.
We're 12 for 12 picking the same games, but we are also 0 for 3 in picking any home teams to win whatsoever. All 3 of those teams on the road.
Wow.
And we've picked the road teams every time.
That changes.
Something might happen. How about this one, though? Cedar Hill hosting Mansfield Lake Ridge. Cedar Hill coming off of a 3-point outing against all other Mansfield squad, Summit. Heckma, you get this one first.
See, guys, you don't understand the pressure that's going on because he is wavering right now so tough. And so if I say Cedar Hill, he's going to say Lake Ridge. If I say Lake Ridge, he's going to say Cedar Hill.
So pick
I already know it. I'm going to go Lake Ridge.
Ooh.
Going Lake Ridge.
That's what I needed. That's what I needed.
I know you did. I'm going Lake Ridge. And I'm going Lake Ridge for a reason because I know that Cedar Hill plays bad in the rain.
Okay.
Gotcha. Well, listen, Lake Ridge has had a heck of a season, and Cedar Hill's coming off that unfortunate loss. But Chandler Rogers, he's had a good year at quarterback for Lake Ridge. He's thrown 8 interceptions this year. I think in the rain, in the weather, against that Cedar Hill defense, he will make the mistake that Cedar Hill gets the win. And I need this badly to come back on Heckma.
So you're picking the Longhorns here.
I am picking Cedar Hill at home.
I
in the
am
rain.
not. I'm picking Lake Ridge on the road. I'm with you, Heckma. I think Lake Ridge comes out and wins this football game. I think the offense is too much. I think Cedar Hill struggled to play in the rain. I think it happens again at home, even though they're on turf this time. Now let's go to Mr. Wolchuk.
Drum roll, please.
Give me Cedar Hill at home, boys.
High five, brother.
Hey, and Eric can attest to this. I've got my picks all over here. I was going Cedar Hill, whether you said it or not. Actually, if you had to maybe take in Cedar Hill, I might have thought about switching to Lake Ridge. But this is the closest game to pick for me. Lake Ridge with that huge win against DeSoto, but it was at home. And Cedar Hill, I know they struggle in the rain, but I think they learned some stuff in last week's loss to Summit. And their defense, to me, is just, if you're looking at where is there a weakness on the side of the ball, I think they'll be able to make enough plays. The question is Shane Lawrence healthy? Like, if Shane Lawrence is not healthy for Cedar Hill, and I don't know that, none of us really do know his health, then Lake Ridge is
He just gave himself an out right there.
Well, it doesn't really matter. I'm picking Cedar Hill, so it's gonna count as an L regardless.
Cool. Let's go.
But you're hedging your pick.
Thank you.
I'm not hedging the pick.
Okay, let's move on before things get a little spicy. How about
Spacey
the
boy.
Rockwall Yellow Jackets against North Mesquite? This is an intriguing game, maybe because North Mesquite's really kind of been better than what we thought heading into this season. Now, they don't put up a whole lot of points, but they do have a 3-2 record, and this could be a win for North Mesquite.
Could be.
That could help them at 11-6, say, but I'm still picking Rockwall. Who you got, Eric?
Same here. I'm going with the Orange Jackets. I don't think North Mesquite defensively has an answer for the three-headed monster of Clark, Henry, and Nigjoba.
You got it.
Your guess is
He's
as
a
good as mine.
stud.
And you are seeing the Orange Jackets on purpose.
Yes.
Of course.
Because you'll have some people at home that are like, oh, he's that orange and it's yellow.
No, it's
But
the Yellow Jackets,
You're
but they're orange.
You're trying to make a point here with orange.
A little bit.
Well, the Yellow Jackets tandem of Jacob Clark and, like you said, Jackson Smith in Jiba, I think. I'm not 100% sure. They've been, aside from Tisdale and Weiss, probably the best 1-2 tandem in the state of Texas right now, besides those boys in Lake Travis, but they're not local, so we don't talk about them. But I just think offensively, even though Rockwall does have a tendency to drop some of these district games, they shouldn't. Their offense is too much for North Mesquite.
It's amazing that you compared them to the law firm, but they look a lot like them out on the field. And Jiba is a baller. I definitely am not going against them. Rockwall tonight.
I think Heckma got it. It's in Jiba.
That's okay.
I think it is in Jiba. Yeah, that does sound right. All right, guys, real quickly before we get into hour number 2, let's go through some of the Thursday final scores that we have to talk about. Denton Birdville. This game last night was actually a lot closer heading into the halftime break than we thought, especially talking over off air and all week long about this matchup. We thought this was going to be a runaway for Birdville. Now they ended up turning things on in the second half. And how about the rush defense, Heckma, from the Birdville side of things, because Denton could not run the ball?
Look, man, Birdville got something to say. I just want to make sure that you guys know that. And I want you to please circle your calendar.
Okay.
We have a big game coming up on November the 8th versus Denton Ryan. And I'm telling you, Birdville is that team with their rushing game that can definitely put Denton Ryan to the test.
Wow.
And it looks like their rush defense ain't bad either.
Nope.
I'm trying to tell you. Listen to me. Denton yesterday, I know people were saying that it looked a lot closer than what it is. Nah.
It was for a half.
Yeah, but
and credit to Denton
that third quarter, though.
Look, Stone Earl, the man. I'm just putting it all out there, guys.
Birdville's a complete team. Denton hung with them for a half. Turnovers really nipped them in the bud. But for the Broncos, they went with a new quarterback in Tyler Jackson, taking over for Landry Kinney. And afterwards, Coach Miller wouldn't speak to why he made that move.
Yeah.
It might have something to do with Landry Kinney's dad no longer being on the coaching staff in Denton. I don't know. There's some weird stuff going on there with the Broncos. But a rough season for them continues. And like you said, man, circle that Birdville-Ryan matchup. Battle of unbeatens.
That's the thing. Coach Holbrook has definitely built this team up, man. These guys are solid, but even more solid on defense. Offensive line-wise, they have something that travels everywhere they go. Bad weather, good weather, doesn't matter. Offensive line, defensive line, and a great running back.
Hey, clean up those penalties, Birdville. If you want to hang with the big boys in a couple of weeks against Ryan, 10 penalties. Come on now. Come on.
November the 8th.
Ooh. Now, are we circling the calendar or just the day?
Whichever one you want to do.
Just
eye candy. It doesn't matter.
Just the day.
We'll be there for you.
Doesn't matter.
Thank
Doesn't
you.
matter. Well, how about this? Let's talk about Denton Ryan because they had a matchup last night against Carrollton Creekview that went in favor of Denton Ryan, and really another good win for the Ryan Raiders as they continue to figure some things out offensively. And looky there, no turnovers. They were able to keep the turnover bug away from them, Zach.
Yeah, they play a very successful brand of football because their defense is unreal and they turn the football over. They forced 3. They scored again twice.
And only 5 penalties.
So, yeah, that's true. And so now they've got 9 defensive scores on the season. Jeez. 9 defensive touchdowns because 2 of those 3 turnovers were returned for fumbles. DJ Walker picked one up. Then Ryan scored a touchdown offensively. Then Ahmad Terry, picked one up for the Raiders, returned that to the end zone for a touchdown. So they scored 3 times in 40 seconds to pull away in the second quarter. This game was done. Seth Hennigan, solid day at quarterback, didn't turn the ball over, threw a couple touchdowns. Amani Bailey running the football, doing his thing. I mean, this is a Ryan team. They play good defense. They don't turn the ball over. They play clean, like you said, on that penalty chart. I can't wait for that Birdville game because really, I mean, those are the only 2 teams. Ryan escaped Colleyville Heritage. After that, it's Birdville, or they're looking to go undefeated again. They've won 37 straight regular season games.
So moving on from that Thursday final to a Thursday final that I feel very bad for Guy Frazier for because he was a part of this game last night. He was at this game. Saxe and North Garland. Eric, man, this was a dominant win for Saxe.
Yeah, man, opening drive of the game, Braylon Brooks for Saxe takes a pick 6 to the house, and that they really never looked back after that. It was 35-3 at half in favor of Saxe. Quarterback for Saxe, Derek Rose. Yes, Derek Rose. 214 yards passing. Football? 3 passing touchdowns.
He failed at basketball, so.
And, even with the bad knees, still rushed for a touchdown last night, too. So 4 touchdowns in all for Derek Rose. Saxe's now 4-3 on the season. And they got Garland Lakeview Centennial up next. Yeah, that's a tough one for North Garland, man. First drive of the game, pick 6.
Whew. 2 teams just going in opposite directions, right? North Garland started the season hot, going 4-0, and Saxe struggled in out-of-district play, and now they're in district play, and they're looking like they might clean sweep that thing and end up with another district championship.
Yeah, it looks like Saxe just continues to get better and better as the season goes on, and with another big win against North Garland, they could end up in that driver's seat in District 10 6A, and then the final game of the Thursday slate. How about McKinney Boyd losing to Prosper? How about this football game? Because McKinney Boyd was leading 31-21 heading into that fourth quarter, or into the third quarter, rather. And then Prosper puts up 3 unanswered. My boy Wayne Anderson had a 17-yard touchdown run. Then Clark had a 63-yard touchdown reception from Keegan Shoemaker. Wayne Anderson, 66 yards again, and then they take a 42-31 lead. However, McKinney Boyd did score late to make it close. They tried to get the 2-point conversion. They did not get the 2-point conversion nor the onside kick, and Prosper completes the come-from-behind victory. Shoemaker, 238 yards, 18 for 23 with 2 scores. But, man, what a stat line from Wayne Anderson. He's been one of the show favorites to watch over the course of the 2018 season. 230 yards on the ground, 8.5 yards per attempt. 3 times he found pay dirt and put it into the end zone. Wow.
Back-to-back weeks.
Back-to-back
over 200
weeks.
yards for Mr. Wayne Anderson. And I'm happy the guy actually found the end zone this week. Last week did all that work.
Right,
didn't get in the end zone. Got 3 of them this week.
Yeah, they made
Wayne
up for it.
Anderson's an absolute stud.
A big win for Prosper. I think that all but solidifies themselves as at least that 4th spot in that district playoff run, if not 3rd behind Easton Allen. And for Boyd, big loss for them because, I mean, that was kind of that one that would tilt the favor. One of them's going to have that inside track. So a close game again. Prosper's been playing competitive football, but they find a way to get it done.
Prosper has Plano West next week, and then after Plano West, then it's against Allen on the road, and so you got those 2 games up next for Prosper. McKinney Boyd has Allen next week on the road. Does Allen ever play on the road at all? Because they're always at home, it seems.
Yeah,
like.
they get a lot of good games. Well,
that was the deal they made to get their new stadium. They get to play all their games.
Well, they did play on the road. They had to have that year where they had the cracks, right? So they didn't play at home at all, so they're making up for it. But a few other scores, I know we didn't have them as recap games, just to give everybody their love from Thursday night, especially one for Eric. But great game they had at the Star here with Frisco Heritage and Frisco Centennial. Heritage winning on a last-second field goal, Centennial winning on a last-second field goal, 34-33. And then Eric, you're Justin Northwest Texans, man.
Oh yeah,
they're having a great year. 49-0. They beat Fort Worth Polytech, and
they beat Polytech.
Look, none of those Fort Worth schools are very good, but Justin is ranked right now in 6A.
That's my only bone
They're
to
in the
pick.
top 20 in the area.
Is because when I played at Northwest, our schedule was filled with Trinity, Geyer. We played Allen. We played Coppell. We played a lot of tough teams, and they're playing Fort Worth Poly, whatever.
No disrespect to the Polytech.
Yeah, absolutely. No,
we
nothing but love for you guys. But man, but seriously though, Northwest offensively has been a juggernaut, passing the ball. They're tops in the district in passing, running. They can do it all offensively. They put up all the yards and they score a ton of points.
I mean, you feel good about yourself when you're playing against Polytech and Dunbar and teams like that. And then you get to the playoffs and you get
smacked. But I'm telling you, I would rather have that though, because when I played, we'd win 4 or 5 games a year. Maybe we'd sneak into the playoffs with 6 wins. We still get smoked. At least you go win 8, 9 games now for Northwest.
And you still get smoked.
Hey, but you still get smoked. But the season's a little more fun.
So much hate from Heckle and his Lincoln school.
I gotta hate on somebody.
No, I hear you. Kennedale knocked off Fort Worth Dunbar 28-13. Wilmer Hutchins having also a really good year at 4A. 48-0 in that one. Kimball and Seagoville. Kimball also, they're playing good football in the ISD, 27-14. Sauk remains unbeaten with a 66-0 win. That is the South Oak Cliff Golden Bears. They're doing their thing there. And then you had Byron Nelson. They got their first win of the season. You made a joke about them earlier. They got their first win of the year. They beat Keller Timber Creek 31-14. Mansfield Timberview 71-9 winners over Sunset. I know you said, heck, we shouldn't mention Sunset at all, but had to get
Did not say we shouldn't mention.
You're like, hey, don't ever give me a
Sunset.
Sunset game. I don't want it. It's a terrible game.
Absolute slap in the face.
All right, guys, let's head into hour number 2. Why don't we?
Shout out
lots
to the
of live
Polytechs.
scores. Lots of live scores.
Let's get to the fun part of the show.
The funnest part of the show. Keep up with us on Twitter. Be sure to follow us at Friday_Stars. If you haven't already, we'll talk about some of the games that we've got reporters out at, and we've got some players to watch to get to when we come back here on Whataburger Friday Night Stars.
In a world where a young family embarks on an incredible journey, a son gets lost in an epic film. A father wills his team to victory, while a mother tries to talk to her daughter, who is posting online at a rate she has never seen until now. With high-speed Wi-Fi, free live TV and movies, there's something for everyone. Download the American app, and the best in entertainment travels with you.
Nothing works up my thirst for an ice-cold Pepsi Cola like getting buckets. Whether I'm breaking ankles or breaking hearts.
Hey, Drew.
It always brings the refreshment, and I've been drinking it a long time.
Drew, how old are you anyway?
Man. Doesn't matter. Uncle Drew in theaters June 29th. Future tastes good.
Hey football fans, check this out. It's called FanTag, the easiest way to get video highlights from all of your games. As a parent, I know the value of capturing our kids' special moments on video. FanTag makes it easy to relive a memory or share it with family, friends, and recruiters. Download the FanTag app, and on game day, find your event and get instant highlights delivered right to your phone. So never miss a moment. Try FanTag today. It's free.
This is Academy Sports and Outdoors. We offer a huge sports and outdoors selection of top name brand gear like you've never seen. All at low prices like you've never seen. Because we're a sports and outdoor store like you've never seen. Visit us in store or at academy.com for the guaranteed lowest prices. Academy Sports and Outdoors, for all for less.
Little ideas can turn into big dreams. Big dreams require careful planning and the right partner. A partner dedicated to helping you take care of your employees, protect your business, and plan for the future. It's sometimes overwhelming. It's often exciting. It's your story, and we can help. SWBC.
Today at Whataburger, we're cooking the sweet and spicy bacon burger.
The sweet and spicy bacon burger is my all-time favorite.
I love this burger. It's just perfect.
2 beef patties, 2 different types of cheese, caramelized onions. My favorite thing about this burger is the sweet and spicy pepper sauce and the bacon. You get it in every bite.
Nothing beats this.
The sweet and spicy bacon burger is an all-time favorite at Whataburger.
That's happiness.
You want to bring the heat? Prove it. With carbs to help fuel muscles. And electrolytes to help replace what you lose in sweat. Studied, tested, proven. Nothing beats Gatorade.
On a forbidden Fansville by Dr. Pepper.
Ramon, we can't.
But Julia,
We're rivals.
I can love you and still hate your overrated school.
We have 2 different defensive philosophies. You're a base 4-3 cover 2, and I'm an
aggressive 3-4 with press coverage. I get it, but we both love Dr. Pepper.
Oh, Ramon.
Touchdown, State!
Yes! In your face!
Dr. Pepper, the official drink of Fansville.
Whataburger Friday Night Stars back here from the Star in Frisco. Hour number 2 here in week number 8 of the Texas high school football season. Kyle Yeomans alongside Heckma Harrison, Zach Wolchuk, and Eric Chiafalo as we continue to run through some of these games. We've previewed all the games in the area. We've talked about our predictions. We've talked about some of these really intriguing matchups. Now it's time to give some scores. And Zach, we're going to start with the 6A scores from around the entirety of the DFW area. Zach, let's get things started. Then we'll go into some of our highlighted matchups.
Well, just to skip over some of the games that we've already previewed and talked about, Garland Lakeview Centennial is taking on Garland. It is halftime, and Lakeview Centennial is up 7-3 in that contest. Heckma, How's Mrs. Heckman doing with the Garland Name and Forest Rangers?
She was good last week. How is she this week?
She's doing well. They're up 28-14 on South Garland, and as much grief as we wanted to give Garland Name and Forest, they're taking care of business within the city of Garland and getting some big wins. They got their first win last week. They're going for win number 2 this week. Louisville is up 33-7.
Wow.
On Irving. And I know we've got our own Nick Nepic there calling that game for the Louisville Fighting Farmers. And Louisville is just, they're having one of those magical seasons, man. And in that district, we've talked about Hebron, Flower Mound Marcus, Louisville, they're definitely holding their own. Irving MacArthur is up 27-18 at halftime over Irving Nimitz in a rivalry game there. Northwest Eaton, a team that we've focused on a lot, but they've got that issue going on with Titus Swen. What's going on there? They're up 14-7 at half over Keller Central. Plano West and McKinney. McKinney got their first win of the season last week against Plano. West is still looking for their first win in over 2 years, and they might get it tonight. The Wolves are up 10-7 at home at John Clark Stadium over the McKinney Lions at the halftime break. Rowlett Wiley, that's one of the games we've talked about, so I'm going to move on there. But Arlington, we skipped to Arlington and North Crowley. Arlington, Sam Houston, that is, in North Crowley. 14-13. Really close game there between Arlington, Sam Houston. They've got that 1-point edge over North Crowley. DeSoto and Grand Prairie. You figured DeSoto, far better team than Grand Prairie. They'd come out, they'd get a get-well game here, and they're flexing their muscle. The Eagles are up 34-0 in that contest. And for Grand Prairie, you poor souls. Arlington Lamar on Fort Worth Pascal, 24-0. Lamar's up there. Bowie bouncing back nicely from that loss to Arlington. They're up 28-0 on one of those other Fort Worth schools. Fort Worth Trimble Tech. Lake Highlands is up 21-0 on W.T. White. Longview and Rockwall Heath kicked off at 7:30. So we'll have an update coming up there. So did Mesquite and Tyler Lee. Those games being played over in East Texas. So a little bit later for us to get that information over here. Richardson Berkner up 14-0 on Malina. Richardson, J.J. Pierce, and Duncanville. Duncanville up 14-0. J.J. Pierce off to their best start since 2007. This was a big measuring stick game for J.J. Pierce, but Duncanville, it seems early with 7:22 in the second quarter. They're all over J.J. Pierce and the Mustangs right now. Rockwall up 27-0 on North Mesquite. That was one of our prediction games. Skyline up 21-6 on Richardson. And SGP, South Grand Prairie, is up 17-7 on Mansfield Summit. That Summit team that beat Cedar Hill 7-3 last week. That's a big game for South Grand Prairie, a team that started the season a little bit slowly, and now they're back at it. Mansfield at home. They're hosting Waxahachie, and they are up 21-0. So the Mansfield Tigers, those two teams, disappointing years coming in. That district matchup before the season would have been one of the primetime games of this weekend, but both of them have struggled. Mansfield's taking care of business at home.
Wow. Yeah, you look at some of those games, not really surprising, at least anything yet.
That Summit game's a little surprising.
Summit game a little bit surprising.
What a letdown loss that would be to lose against South Grand Prairie after such an awesome victory last week to come back and lose to South Grand Prairie, which we all know South Grand Prairie's not that great of a team. That would be a shame. That would be an absolute shame.
Yeah, it definitely would be. But guys, let's go through some of these highlighted games that we've talked about. Bishop Lynch Parish Episcopal will start at the TAPS level. 5-1 Parish Episcopal at home after their loss last week to Bishop Dunn. They return to Gloria H. Schneider Stadium. And right now, what's going on in that ball game between Parish and
Any first
Bishop
downs?
Lynch?
Any
Yeah,
first downs?
Parish Episcopal is winning that game 10-6. So definitely getting back to business. They need a feel-good game like this. But Bishop Lynch, I mean, listen, that 6 points is probably they weren't able to get the PAT afterwards. But still, you're looking at Preston Stone has already had, doesn't have a touchdown already, but he has 111 yards passing.
Yeah, it has 111.
He's just one of those guys we've got to be careful. You know, Bill Parcells talked to Tony Romo like getting the anointing oils out too quickly. I mean, the amount of pressure that's on Preston Stone, it's like it's the first half. His team's up 10-6, and we're disappointed at his stat line right now. But that's just kind of the aura that's surrounded this young man and the pressure that some of these kids have to play with.
And it just goes to show how good he's been all season. The numbers he's been putting up, I mean, it's raised the expectations exponentially.
That's what happens.
Yeah, I mean, you play better, people start to take notice, and that's exactly what happens with Preston Stone and what he's able to do with that offense. Moving on to Frisco Reedy and Denton Braswell. What's going on with Frisco Reedy? Of course, coming off of that 51-0 win last week against Lovejoy, an undefeated matchup. Well, they lead it by 10 currently. Reedy up over Braswell. Is this surprising that it's only 10 points right now, guys?
A little bit. I mean, Braswell's a team that they knew coming in they'd need a lot of things to go their way to get this victory. And I thought that the big play thing was gonna be everything for them. I mean, if Braswell could hit some big plays in this football game, but Reedy, they're just a better team. I mean, we've talked about it with Foskey at quarterback. They're undefeated on the season, and an up-and-coming 2 schools that are really new, trying to find themselves. Reedy's done a better job with the talent that they've had than Braswell has, but 17-7, Reedy's taking care of business right now as they gear towards halftime, and it's really just been a kick return for Braswell. They were up 17-0, and Braswell just got a big play. Excuse me, it was a 65-yard touchdown pass from Grayson Thompson to Calvin Kendrick. So
that's all of their passing yards.
That's everything for Braswell. It's big play or bust in this game against Reedy.
Yeah. And, guys, I've got a quick update on that Parrish. And it's not really an update, but it is going to be the fan tag cam for the first time tonight. This is from Parrish and Bishop Lynch in this matchup, as we'll see a little bit of the touchdown here from Parrish. And you look at Preston Stone just trying to fight his way through. Initially didn't get it, but on the second effort, he's able to spin his way in. How did he end up popping out of that pile like that?
Sheer grit and determination.
Yeah, and you can see the excitement from the sophomore quarterback. He loves it.
I like those red unis.
On the blue field?
All those
looks
red.
Pretty cool, doesn't it?
I do. No, I
like
think that's a great tandem that they've got going there.
Yeah, definitely. So moving on to Keller, Denton, Geyer. One of the games that I know we have been extremely stoked about looking at. How is this one faring? Denton Geyer on the road.
Look at those rushing yards, man.
Yes. Bringing it.
No, this is a game that it's kind of going to plan the way that my crystal ball envisioned it. Enoch and Chobo got the scoring going in the first quarter with a 9-yard thumper that went into the end zone. Kadrick Cobbs came right back, a 12-yard touchdown reception from Eli Stowers to tie it up. And in the second quarter, it was all Geyer. Stowers from 8 yards out, and then a Cole Schroeder's 21-yard field goal just moments later in what appears like it might have been a Keller turnover to set Geyer up with the short field there. So that 10-point halftime lead for the Geyer Wildcats. But we did see last week against Timber Creek, they kind of got a little comfortable at halftime. Timber Creek excelled in the second half. So we'll see if the same thing happens here.
Yeah. Keller's not taking care of the football, man. And you think how much of the weather has a role in that, you know?
Yeah, it definitely could have a role in that. Now you look at a team that had some issues with the weather last week in Coppell. Now they're faced up with Flower Mound Marcus. What is this game looking like right now between the Coppell Cowboys, the Cardiac Cowboys, and Flower Mound Marcus?
Yeah, Marcus is playing well right now. Coppell struggling offensively a little bit. We said this was going to be a battle of the rushing attack, and you can see who's winning that right now. Dinka for Flower Mound Marcus already has 65 yards, only on 4 attempts and a touchdown. He's got 16 yards of carry right now. On the other side, Ryan Hurt carried the ball 10 times, only 31 yards, no touchdowns. So, and we said the quarterback, you know, who's better? It's Nussmeier. Neither one of them are great, but Nussmeier's 10 for 12, 141 yards passing and a touchdown. And Coppell and Drew Carnegula, looks like Noel is out for the game.
What's the right pronunciation on that, Heckma? Carnegula? We know?
I'm gonna butcher it again.
He's off to a good start statistically, 8 of 9, 85 yards. So it's not like he's been anemic back there. Probably one of his best starts all year long.
One of the things I want to say is Nussmeier, his dad is on the staff for the Dallas Cowboys. He's the tight ends coach. So this guy's getting a lot of coaching at home after game. Coach's kid. But Dinka, I think I'm really surprised about. I would think he would get a faster start than he has. But again, looking at the passing yards, 141 passing yards in the first half. That's pretty good for the Marcus Marauders.
We talked about a matchup with Marcel Brooks at receiver for Marcus and Walchuk, your guy, Jonathan McGill at corner and safety over there for Coppell. Well, I don't know if they're manning him up or what the scheme is for Coppell there on Marcel Brooks, but they've held him to 3 catches, 12 yards so far. It's Evan Green that's exploded at the wide receiver position.
Can I tell you who Evan Green is?
Please do.
That's my cousin.
Stop.
That's my cousin.
Is it really?
That's my cousin.
No, real life cousin, though.
That's my cousin.
Like blood related.
Man, go to the. What are you about to say?
Mean Joe Green.
Grandson.
Green, absolutely.
Well,
75 yards and a touchdown for my boy.
Hey.
That's all right.
Guys, I've got some breaking news.
Love breaking news.
Man.
So this is not in any of the games that we're talking about, at least in the near future. So we won't have any of the extra stuff around it. But Mansfield, Lake Ridge, Cedar Hill.
What?
Chandler Rogers has now gone to the locker room. Apparent injury. We're still getting updates. Nothing finalized, but he is heading to the locker room currently to get checked out.
That Cedar Hill defense
currently
is lethal.
Well, none of us are doctors, and we don't know how serious or unserious that is.
By any means. He does have a rushing touchdown, had 65 yards on the ground, 50 yards in the air. He was 6 of 10 against Cedar Hill. The Lake Ridge Eagles moving the ball, but still inside that 32-yard line.
What's the score?
On their own. It's 28-14 in favor of Cedar Hill right now.
High-scoring game in the first
half.
Yes,
sir.
High-scoring game. Still lots of game left to play. 5.5 minutes left in the second quarter, but Rogers has been taken off the field, and he is. That's big. Guy Frazier, our reporter, says he is headed to the locker room. It says injured hip, maybe ? Is what he said. So
not a
little bit of breaking news. No, not good news at all. Let's head across the hallway to Frisco Independence in Frisco Wakeland. Of course, we talked about this game earlier just because we liked the uniforms and what was going on in that football game. It is now at halftime, and Frisco Wakeland, surprisingly, honestly, in this football game. Oh, little battle of the bands action. I didn't even call for it this time, but it was awesome.
Is that a bed?
It is a bed in the middle of the field.
They just know. Let's get it on.
Put the kids to bed. We're going to victory tonight, boys.
That's aware. Chris back there. They're all working overnight.
There's something not right about it. There's a bed on the...
But it's not quite at the 50-yard line. It's a little off-centered there.
Okay. It's centered in the formation that they're in right now.
Yeah.
Well, because they have to specifically put it there probably so they don't stand on it, trip over it.
Gosh,
there's so much.
You think they're just going to trip over the bed?
There's so much that goes into those preparations with the yard markers and making sure everybody's in the same area. Oh, the marimbas is my favorite.
There they are.
Or is that a xylophone?
No, that's a marimba.
There's
that's
a
saxophone.
Golly, that looks good.
It.
Hey, I'll tell you, I saw Ohio State, their band at halftime.
Did you see that?
Oh my gosh, that was so cool.
Yeah.
We should honestly got video for this because it was really, really cool.
We can find it.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. But look at Wakeland right now. No turnovers, no penalties, 13 first down, but really just kind of putting it on.
I think that's surprising.
I
really
think so
that's
too.
a surprise. This is an independent team that's been really good for the last several years in their offense coming into it. You talked about Braylon Braxton. He's struggling. That interception. On the other side, he's being outplayed by Dylan Label at 9 of 13, 169 yards, 3 touchdowns. Huge half for the Wakeland team.
Yeah, and Wakeland's coming off of 2 straight losses. They lost against Lone Star, lost against Little Elm. Independence lost their last matchup against Lone Star, but that was a close matchup as well. So I'm definitely intrigued in the fact that Independence is trailing. We'll see if that stays the same, or we'll give some look-ins later on. How about Hebron and Flower Mound? We previewed this matchup earlier. A couple teams that are battling and jockeying for position inside the 6A mark. And
we
Flower
got
Mound.
Ourselves a dogfight
What
here.
What is this?
We got a blank screen.
It's 14-all. It's 14-all at halftime. Oh, and there it is. Well, Flower Mound just scored at the end of the half there, I believe. So it is 14-14. They have tied this thing up at the half. It was a Reed touchdown, 17-yard pass from Blake Short to even things up. And Trajan Bridges, he was very active, tweeting with Friday Night Stars before the game. You know, Kyle, you put out a question mark. What was the question?
It was saying, is anybody or a Flower Mound can they lock up potentially their first playoff win? Now, I don't think it would clinch a playoff berth, but it did basically do so in winning a game today against another district rival in Hebron. If they could win that game, could they lock up their first playoff appearance since 2010? Trajan Bridges turned around and said, no, they won't.
Wow. I love the confidence from Trajan there, and a 51-yard touchdown pass in the second quarter for him gave Hebron that 14-7 lead before Flower Mound came back and tied it up at 14. So we got ourselves a tight one.
Hey, junior defensive back Dre Owens has his hands full tonight.
Yeah,
you know he's gonna have definitely a struggle. And Trajan Bridges has been waiting for a game like this to finally get loose because he's facing double teams every week.
Yeah, and that's the one thing about that Flower Mound secondary. They are suspect. He would have a great game if he gets to play against Jesuit. He'd love that Ranger secondary. Pick them apart.
Yeah, I guess he could. Yeah, definitely so. You look at another game that's not so close, though. How about Allen and Jesuit?
Oh, it's not close?
Nope. You were talking about Jesuit.
Shocker, right?
It's not close at all. 24-0.
They're letting the clock run already, aren't they?
What about that Jesuit O-line?
Yeah, not looking too great.
Kevin Schumann, E.J. Smith. I thought that Jesuit would put up some points like Plano East did, at least make it maybe a track meet and hang out in this one, but they're scoreless. Got the big bagel on the scoreboard there for the first half.
They've been getting off to slow starts, and they've done it most of the season, and we've seen them come back like against Prosper last week where they almost won the game, couldn't hang on, but it was a second-half surge, and there's just no way. There's not a second-half surge in the world that can help you out if you're down 24-0.
Allen came into this game having a 93% chance to win. And it looks like it might be even more than that now. What, 99% chance? Do you see Jesuit even making a run here?
And it's 100%. Also a turnover for Jesuit. I mean, you can't turn the ball over against Allen unless you're like Travis or you're another team and it's in the state championship or the state semifinal and you know that you've got the offensive firepower to go score for score. You cannot afford to put yourself behind the 8 ball and turn the ball over on the road against Allen. And an interception by Schumann really, really hurts things. And now, you know, if you're Jesuit, you're down 24 points. You can't just hand the ball to E.J. Smith. You have to score quickly. They don't have the receivers to do it. E.J. Smith is really their only weapon. So it's just trouble all around, and that's the pressure that Allen puts on you. They just take everybody out of their game plan within the first few minutes of gameplay, and then it's just Allen Eagle football imposing their will on teams.
Gosh, yeah, they are just absolutely unstoppable. Another team that has been unstoppable so far, how about Southlake Carroll against Keller Fossil Ridge? What's going on in this game, boys?
Well,
anything?
Something.
Nothing?
No, yeah. I think this one's close to halftime, and Southlake Carroll's up 16-6 on Keller Fossil Ridge. Look, that defense, they'll keep the Panthers in the football game. There's no doubt about that. But Southlake Carroll, too much firepower. And Will Bowers, even in the rain, 12 of 14, 83 yards, a touchdown, throwing the football very well, but T.J. McDaniel, 75 yards on the ground and a touchdown. If Keller Fossil Ridge could find any kind of offense to match that defense, they would really be, in my opinion, a contender to win that district. Their offense, you just never know what you're going to get.
I mean, it's sloppy play tonight as well. The game's not over by any stretch, but again, you know that the Dragons are going to turn the ball, going to turn around and hand the ball to T.J. McDaniel all night. But, definitely Fossil Ridge has an opportunity in this game, only being down by 10 points.
Yeah, and we thought Southlake, hey, get off to a faster start because we've seen them this year offensively get off to slow starts. Well, tonight they come out 16 quick points, 10-point lead, and that's probably more than likely going to be enough for them to just ice that game out with TJ McDaniel.
Yeah, with the way that TJ McDaniels can run the ball, man.
And they've been dubbed as a second-half team all year long, ever since that SGP game to open the season.
Yeah, they definitely have been. How about Salina and Melissa? The Bobcats and Cardinals tied up at 14 as we get ready to start the third quarter in this one. Man, what a ball game, because both of these teams even. We haven't seen really Salina challenged for much of the season other than the loss last week against Paris, where Paris just went off on Salina. But Melissa coming off of a 47-0 win over Anna. Now these two teams tied up at 14. Got a good little ball game going on here. A little bit of something brewing. Brandon Lewis playing well for the Cardinals.
Yeah, Brandon Lewis has a 6-yard touchdown run right before the half for Melissa to go ahead and tie that one up. That was after they got up first with a 90-yard bomb from Brandon Lewis to Jabray Young to set up the scoring, and then Salina kind of settled into their thing, running the football, an 8-yard touchdown run from Logan Point, and then Logan Point burst of explosion, a 91-yard touchdown scamper.
Talk about two programs. One, Salina has always been a perennial powerhouse. But also, like you said, Logan Point, man, he is on point tonight. 2 touchdowns already.
Yeah, really, really good. And both of those teams did lose to Paris. So, for them, this is a game, this is probably the toughest that they'll have the rest of the way.
But how about Argyle right now up on Paris? 14-6 is the score. Argyle and the Eagles now leading over Paris, and I didn't see this coming, honestly. I thought Argyle, one of the better teams in the country, or better teams in the 4A ranks, I should say, and they've put up some points. 69 against Texarkana. Liberty against Sanger, 75 points, which we mentioned earlier. Paris, North Lamar, 59 points. But Paris, on the other hand, had that 54-14 win last week over Salina. Is this surprising at all?
Not at all, man. Bo Hugaboom having a heck of a game already. But again, the Eagles are what they are. I mean, Hugaboom's baby is playing tonight. Already 44 yards passing and a touchdown, but they're doing everything behind their running game. That's basically what's going to take them to victory.
Guys, stop the pressers. Stop the presses. Stop the music. Take down the graphic. We've got a game to talk about.
What?
Might be
You've got a game to talk about.
What happened?
Which game is it?
Plano.
I'm not looking at the Plano.
You're not
score.
looking at it
I
at
haven't
all?
been paying attention to it.
It's on the sheet. It says that you're supposed to talk about it.
There's a reason that I gave it to Eric.
It does. It's
There's a reason that I said this will be. Eric, I wanted to eliminate myself from this game.
Oh, you look at the
don't
screen,
eliminate
though.
yourself.
Score
What?
Yes.
No way.
At halftime.
What?
Yeah.
That is correct.
Do we have a reporter there?
We don't.
Oh my gosh. Oh my Lord.
If you need to leave, you can.
Unbelievable.
-1 rushing yards for Plano East.
Yeah.
He's out of breath, guys.
This is great.
Look, Plano East has obviously got a defeat hangover from being in Allen. You would think that defeat would bring them to Plano where they would just roll, but not tonight.
We talked about it coming in. Kyron Cumbie is going to be the man of the hour if Plano's going to do anything offensively, and that's exactly what he's done in the first half. 84 yards rushing, 2 rushing touchdowns.
Hold on, say that again. What?
Yeah, 84 yards rushing for Kyron Cumbie, 2 rushing touchdowns, and 34 yards receiving with a receiving touchdown. So Kyron Cumbie's been everything and more, and credit to the Plano defense for shutting down the Plano offense. Look at that, -1 yards rushing. We talked about the three-headed monster, the offensive trio of Plano East with Mallory, Trey Scott Jones, and Jalen Anderson, and they've really shut those dudes out. Jalen Anderson has 2 catches for 10 yards. Trey Scott Jones has 3 rushing attempts for -1 yards, and Brandon Mallory, 77 yards, 1 interception, no touchdown. So,
wow.
I mean, I don't know.
How about that Plano
Murphy's
defense?
Kimbrough Stadium must be going crazy right now. The weather may be playing an advantage. I don't know. That letdown against Allen last week for East that might be playing. I don't know what's going on, but rivalries and weather.
Plano is playing
And Kyron
up.
Cumbie is a recipe for Plano victory right now.
Gosh,
21-0.
Kyle, why would you
20-0.
not have sent somebody to this game?
Because I didn't think it was that. I thought Plano.
Say it.
I thought the Plano East was going to rout Plano.
Yes.
You're not alone.
Exactly.
Kyle, I love it.
Sorry, guys.
Baby Plano. I'm proud of you guys.
Guys, we're going to talk about that game and many more coming up. We're going to. They've got a whole half to go. Let's see how that.
Let's go.
Are you going to be heartbroken if they lose?
Of course.
Oh, yes. I mean, I was already kind of accepting
not go
defeat.
get sushi
now
with
that
us
they're
later?
up 20-0, I might have to go cry myself to sleep after the game.
Poor guy. Okay, well, we're going to hit the rest of the highlighted games. We'll also give you some 5A scores and much, much more when we come back here on Whataburger Friday Night Stars. We're in hour number 2, week number 8 of the football season.
Today at Whataburger, we're cooking the sweet and spicy bacon burger.
The sweet and spicy bacon burger is my all-time favorite.
I love this burger. It's just perfect.
2 beef patties, 2 different types of cheese, caramelized onions. My favorite thing about this burger is the sweet and spicy pepper sauce and the bacon. You get it in every bite.
Nothing beats this.
The sweet and spicy bacon burger is an all-time favorite at Whataburger.
That's happiness.
Little ideas can turn into big dreams. Big dreams require careful planning and the right partner. A partner dedicated to helping you take care of your employees, protect your business, and plan for the future. It's sometimes overwhelming. It's often exciting. It's your story, and we can help. SWBC.
Nothing works up my thirst for an ice-cold Pepsi Cola like getting buckets. Whether I'm breaking ankles or breaking hearts.
Hey, Drew.
You always brings the refreshment. And I've been drinking it a long time.
Drew, how old are you anyway?
Man. Doesn't matter.
Uncle Drew, in theaters, June 29th. Future tastes good.
You want to bring the heat? Prove it. With carbs to help fuel muscles. And electrolytes to help replace what you lose in sweat. Studied, tested, proven. Nothing beats Gatorade.
On a forbidden Fansville by Dr. Pepper.
Ramon, we can't.
But Julia,
We're rivals.
I can love you and still hate your overrated school.
We have two different defensive philosophies. You're a base 4-3 cover 2, and I'm an
aggressive 3-4 with press coverage. I get it, but we both love Dr. Pepper.
Oh, Ramon.
Touchdown, State! Yes! In your face!
Dr. Pepper, the official drink of Fansville.
Hey football fans, check this out. It's called FanTag, the easiest way to get video highlights from all of your games. As a parent, I know the value of capturing our kids' special moments on video. FanTag makes it easy to relive a memory or share it with family, friends, and recruiters. Download the FanTag app, and on game day, find your event and get instant highlights delivered right to your phone. So never miss a moment. Try FanTag today. It's free.
This is Academy Sports and Outdoors. We offer a huge sports and outdoors selection of top name brand gear like you've never seen. All at low prices like you've never seen. Because we're a sports and outdoor store like you've never seen. Visit us in store or at academy.com for the guaranteed lowest prices. Academy Sports and Outdoors, for all for less.
Look, if you're not the lead dog, the scenery never changes. That's why this is the view for every other full-size pickup. And this year, it's deja vu all over again. Because only the Ford F-150 gives you best-in-class torque, best-in-class payload, and you got it, baby, best-in-class towing. This is the big dog. This is the Ford F-150. It doesn't just raise the bar, pal. It is the bar.
Current owners can now drive an F-150 with 0 for 66 plus $3,750 total savings. Only at your best in Texas Ford dealer.
Gotta love Friday nights in Texas. Whataburger, football, friends, family, pageantry, bands. Rain. It seems like a part of the tradition now, doesn't it? Sure does. We're 8 weeks into Texas high school football season.
It has been probably the rainiest season I can remember.
Without question. I don't think I've ever remembered anything as rainy.
Hopefully we're just getting the bad weather out of the way now, so we're just clean and pristine come playoff time.
I can't imagine that being the case. And because now it's starting to get cold. Like, it's been just raining. Now it's cold and rainy.
Hey, newsflash, guys, it's going to rain next week.
Oh, great.
Wow. You've already peeked ahead?
Thanks for looking ahead.
Shucks.
Nostra Heckma.
As long as the thunder and lightning stay away, we're okay.
Yeah. That's the biggest thing.
Sorry.
We don't want any delays.
No lightning.
We have delayed it long enough. Eric, I think it's time to run through some of the 5A scores around the area. Non-highlighted games, we'll get to those in just a moment. We'll run through those again. But what's going on at the 5A level?
All right, Grapevine. That prolific Grapevine offense is doing it again in the bad weather, 43-0 over Carrollton Newman Smith. Colleyville Heritage also putting up the points, 42-3 over Carrollton R.L. Turner. Let's see. We got Independence and Wakeland right here at the Ford Center, and that's a 28-13 game right now. Wakeland is ahead. Little Elm 28-2 at halftime over Frisco Liberty. Lake Dallas 42-0 over Frisco Memorial. And then we got let's see here, McKinney North up on West Mesquite, 38-23. Mesquite Poteet, 55-7 over Wiley East. That's the Wiley East team that gave up 90 points in 3 quarters last week to McKinney North. We got Joshua up 16-0 over Arlington Seguin. And then we got Forney 23-7 over Ennis. And then we got 58-0 Lancaster over Bryan Adams, and Mansfield Legacy 13-0 over Woodrow Wilson, and Highland Park 34-0 on Samuel. And that's it for your 5A rundown.
Well, 5A rundown. Let's go through some of the highlighted games as well. Rowlett and Wiley. Almost said Riley, but no, it's Wiley. What's going on in this game, guys?
Rashad Dixon is what's going on right now, guys. 103 yards. 103 yards first half, 2 touchdowns. I mean, right now, Wiley is just playing lights out. They have a fumble recovery, a touchdown on a interception, and they are just up. I mean, this was one that I definitely have to turn around and apologize to the ammo guys. Chuck told me straight up, it sounds like a good night for an upset, and here we are, 28-14. I want to tell you, your firstborn, Jerry Evans, has a touchdown as well.
How'd you know he was my firstborn?
I was actually talking to Chiafalo. I don't always just talk to you when I'm here on the show.
We were in okay. I'm sorry, Eric, you go ahead and comment on that.
I'm just a big Jerry guy, that's all.
It's okay.
The Jerry curl or just the name?
Both, really.
That's a balanced attack, though, from Wiley. It's not just the running game. 146 yards on the ground, 138 in the air. That's pretty impressive against a good Rowlett football team that has not been tested. At least they've been tested, but they have not been really taken to the mat like this.
What's really gone ahead and switched momentum completely in that game was late in that first quarter, a 56-yard pick six for Wiley. So if you're going to beat an undefeated team, plays like that at home, you get the crowd behind you. Amo going to kick your butt. That's what Wiley brings to the table, man.
Yeah, Coach Howard has his guys playing tonight.
He does.
Yeah, he definitely does. How about the Colony and Lone Star at halftime just across the highway at Toyota Stadium? The Colony and the Cougars, take a look at this, playing on the soccer field, getting it done, and the Cougars punching it in the end zone, young man.
Where's
How about
the end
that?
zone? How do you even know?
Oh, my gosh, but it's 13-0. Colony over Frisco. Lone Star putting up points at the home of the FC Dallas Football Club. Not the football that we're watching currently, but
Football Americano.
Football Americano is what we're watching currently. But how about the Colony right now putting up some points?
Yeah, against the Lone Star defense that we know is the best 5A defense in the area.
Yeah.
And now the Colony came into this game as one of the best offenses. So it was kind of, what's going to give. Right now, the Colony offense, they haven't exploded, but 13 points, I mean, that's more than double the amount of points Lone Star gives up on average for the season. So credit to Colony. We said coming into the game, it was their running backs. It was the dual threat of Miles Price and Jaden Abdallah. Both of them have rushing touchdowns already. And they've controlled the ball, and that Lone Star offense just can't really get anything going. -7 yards rushing, 43 passing, and that's the thing about Lone Star. We've said it all year. If the offense isn't going to be able to do something, they're similar to like a Denton Ryan team. If the offense isn't clicking, the defense is only going to be able to take you so far when you run up against these high-powered offense, such as the Colony. And credit to the Colony, they've done it, through the air and on the ground all season. A game like this in the bad weather against a great defense, your rushing game matters, and your 2 best runners already have touchdowns. So, man, credit to the Colony. I thought Lone Star's defense with the weather and at home would be better than that Colony offense, and that's just not the case right now.
Well, this is definitely a game that Julian Larry is going to have to put on his big boy pants and bring him back.
Yeah.
When 13 points isn't nothing.
Got to need a defensive score.
Yeah, Lone Star can go in at halftime, make adjustments, and come back and shut that down. But the offense, Lone Star's offense, is going to have to put some points up, and that's not something that they're accustomed to doing, especially playing from behind by 13 points.
Be a huge win for the Colony if they're able to pull that one off in 5A. It'd really shake up those top 10 rankings.
Yeah, that would be definitely something to look out for if that ends up happening. How about West Mesquite and McKinney North, 38-23. Both teams putting up some numbers right now heading into that third quarter. You take a look at some of the highlights from McKinney ISD Stadium. Gotta love the stadium.
Beautiful stadium.
Absolutely gorgeous. Going up and getting it. McKinney North, 38-23. But how about Constantine? 93 yards, 6 for 9, 2 touchdowns. He's also got 151 yards on the ground, including that big touchdown run. Overall, McKinney Boyd just getting things done here. They put up 28 points in the first quarter.
Yeah, well, this is an offense that scored 90 points in 3 quarters last week. I know we keep saying it, but that's just unbelievable. And they seem to be hitting their stride right now, doing it again at home. And you talked about Constantine. They're kind of I guess they got 2 quarterbacks right there that they trust, because we talked about Constantine being the guy that led them into the second round of the playoffs last year. And then it's been Dylan Markowitz, the big 6'4", 225-pounder with a cannon arm that sort of stepped in recently and been the one to kind of carry their team. So I don't know if they're kind of going back and forth with the quarterbacks or what the deal is, but Constantine is still out there playing. It's a good problem to have if you got 2 guys that you trust at the quarterback position. Looks like Constantine's getting it done right now, but yeah, 38 points in the rain, coming off a 90-point scoring. I mean, man, McKinney North offensively right now is clicking, and they got 2 quarterbacks they can throw out there.
Yeah, they have both guys can play too. There's no drop off on either one of them.
Such a great problem to have.
Yeah, isn't that great? Abilene and Haltom, man, that's a problem for Abilene as they go up against a red-hot Haltom Buffalo squad. Haltom, of course, one of the darlings of the DFW area. They defeated Euless Trinity last week, and the Buffaloes lead it right now at halftime, about to head into that third quarter. See some highlights here. 21-0. Haltom and the Buffaloes over the Abilene Eagles, and you see just the running game from Haltom. They get things done on the ground. They have a scoring touchdown for Michael Black on the ground. Mitchell has a receiving touchdown. Oh, by the way, Black has a passing touchdown as well. Michael Black still running things for that Haltom Buffalo squad, and they lead it 21-0 over a pretty good Abilene Eagle squad.
Yeah, and Haltom's just getting it done in a multitude of different ways right now. Offensively, we'll talk about Michael Black here coming up in the next segment. I know, Heckman, you got a lot to say about him, but we know about that Haltom offense. This defense, though, is flying under the radar. They're able to slow down a red-hot offense in Euless Trinity. They're playing well. You saw an interception there just a moment ago. And we thought Abilene coming in, they're the defensive team. Haltom pitching that shutout against Abilene, who's traveled a nice long way over here to DFW.
Now, we talked about it offline, me and you, just the game that Haltom played last week. And I think they showed everybody that they have the type of defense that will travel. Sure. I mean, you look at Euless Trinity, they are a team that's going to bludgeon you, and they play a lot of different formations. Situational awareness for Haltom. They knew what to do. And another thing I wanted to point out to you guys, when you start looking at that game from last week for them, Haltom was cueing off on some of those cues that they were giving them, because anytime you see that offensive guard's fingernails are white, what is that telling you, Chiafalo?
Running the ball, baby.
No, he's about to pass pro. He's about to pull.
If the fingernails are white?
Yeah, if the fingernails are white. Excuse me. Yes. Yeah, if they're red, they're running.
Gotcha.
White. Anyway, but either way, they obviously had enough film study. They were teeing off on those guys. They almost knew what they were going to play, what they were calling. And Haltom is just getting right back to where they are right now. It's 21-0. I love it. My man Mike Black.
Your man. I can't wait to hear about him.
Hey, red run, white pass.
So it's red run,
yes,
white
red run,
pass.
White pass.
Yes, red run,
white pass.
White pass.
I
am colorblind.
White pass. Red run, white pass.
So that's gonna
Are you really colorblind?
No.
Oh, okay.
Tell that to the Orange Jackets.
I didn't know that. That would explain a lot.
All right, quick score update here. Aledo over Cleburne. Aledo, the number 1 team in 5A Division 2. Is there any surprise? 27-7.
How do you say his last name again?
McClellan. You like to put a D in there.
Yeah, you like to call him McClendon.
Whatever.
Yes,
the guy, the stud,
the
him.
dude.
Yeah, he's really all that matters. I mean, Aledo's got a lot of good football players, but that dude is something special. They had a guy by the name of Jonathan Gray that came through that school a few years ago, went to the University of Texas. Disappointing collegiate career, but set all kinds of records at Aledo running the football. This Chase McClellan might be better. He is unreal. 4 touchdown runs.
That is a mouthful.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's almost disrespectful to the Gray clan.
Look, statistically, Jonathan Gray was on another level, but what Jace McClellan's doing is...
Does he have offers? Is he going somewhere?
What? Yeah, he's got plenty. I think he's committed to A&M.
North Texas?
I wish. I wish.
A&M?
Please, I think A&M's the at least the prediction right now.
Nice.
But he's still younger.
I don't think he's given a firm commit.
Yeah, I think it's a still in process
we can do
type
some
of
homework
thing.
on
Good
that.
for Jimbo.
However, a little bit of a stop the presses score again.
Oh, don't tell me it's Plano.
Oh, it's not Plano. Sorry,
goodness,
buddy.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, not a crazy
Can't
one
take
here.
another one of those.
Arlington Martin, 18. Arlington Colts, 14. Arlington Martin is leading this ball game.
It's helping them. You said it wasn't going to be enough for victory. It might be.
Ooh,
it might be.
And they're shutting down everything that Jahari Rogers stands for. He has not been able to run the ball at all. Has less than 9 yards rushing.
Wow.
Rogers has 67 passing yards, 3 for 5 with a touchdown. Now, 3 for 5, you get 3 completions, you get a touchdown out of that. Yeah, it's pretty nice. And the fact that they're kind of shut down like that, but they still have 14 points up on the board kind of makes me feel like this might be a second half that favors Arlington, even though Arlington Martin is leading. But how about Arlington Martin? They scored 9 points exactly in both the first and second quarters. That's how they got to their 18. They had 9 points.
Consistency, baby.
Got to give them a lot of credit. I mean, they started the game with the safety, and then you had Mundell, the sophomore 46-yard run. But then Arlington came right back, and you thought that maybe Arlington's here. They're settling in. 35-yard touchdown pass to Charles Brown from Jahari Rogers. Then B.J. Rogers had a 1-yard run. 14-9. Here come the Colts, but the Warriors hanging in there. A touchdown and then a field goal to end the half for them. So, they had a chance there where they could have, Arlington imposes their will, but Martin fighting back with that Warrior spirit, man. I'm telling you.
269 yards.
It's amazing what district play can do for some teams. You write them off because of their non-district schedule and the struggles they've had, and then all of a sudden it's district play, it's winning time. Saxe, perennial contender and district champion. You see what they're doing, and now Arlington Martin doing the same thing.
Moving on to Weatherford and Euless Trinity. Trinity was up in this game early against Weatherford. Well, let's look at it here. Drum roll, 17-7, same score that I looked at earlier. 206 yards already for Euless Trinity as they look to kind of get things back on track. Of course, Weatherford, we talked about their schedule earlier, had it very front-loaded. They're 2-4, looking to rebound. Not really the week to try and rebound against Euless Trinity, who is also trying to rebound, but Weatherford not out of this yet at home at Kangaroo Stadium. Gosh, I love saying that. But still a long game left to play as this one's just at halftime.
Brandon Theus, guys. I mean, he's going to make the difference on the ground, and especially with the ball being wet, you just know that they're going to pound it for 4 quarters. This is going to get ugly late. If you ask me, I don't think the Kangaroos have a chance in this one. And I think that the Trojans are playing PO'd because of the loss last week. Everyone is questioning their gut, questioning if they are the real deal. And this is going to have to be one of those statement games to put them back on top in the division.
Yeah, and if you're Weatherford and you can't stop the run early, you're definitely not going to be slowing down that rushing attack as we get into the third and fourth quarter.
No.
So this you're right, Heckman. This is probably going to be a much bigger of a gap on the scoreboard once this thing's over.
Yeah, it could be a lot bigger, but I don't know. I'm not necessarily giving up on the Kangaroos just yet. I think there's a chance that the Kangaroos could kind of come back and
you
make
just like
things
saying
happen.
Kangaroos.
He does.
I like saying Kangaroos too, but Ken Seals is struggling, and he was going to have to be the guy to do it for Weatherford.
Ken Seals of the Kangaroos?
Of the Kangaroos.
The Kangaroos. Oh, that's nice with an Australian accent. Who's got the best Australian accent?
I don't think.
Walchuk's got a great one. Go ahead, Walchuk.
The Kangaroos.
That's pretty good.
Look at that.
That's pretty good. I like it. All right, moving on to Cedar Hill and Mansfield Lake Ridge. Quite possibly one of the best games of the entire weekend, maybe of the entire season. Not going to plan for Lake Ridge. And Heckman,
you that one.
Yeah,
I gave you that one.
You and I on this side of the table.
No, I took it.
I gave you that one. I should have said Cedar.
Really shouldn't have. You felt confident about Lake Ridge.
I did.
You know what? In your defense, if Chandler Rogers has not returned to the football game, that's a huge loss. Chandler Rogers is that Lake Ridge offense, so that bodes well for Cedar Hill. But I just didn't think that they'd be bottled up completely 2 weeks in a row on offense. Only 3 points for a Cedar Hill team that had been averaging well over 50 coming into that game last week.
But 35-14 right now? Come on now.
No, I thought it would be close. I mean, this was a flip-em kind of game, but Shane Lawrence, 4 passing touchdowns, 190 yards in that first half. I think the answer to is he healthy is a resounding yes, he is, and the Longhorns are back atop the mountain where they should be.
I call him Maine Lawrence because he is the Maine.
Oh my gosh. Okay. One of the big reasons why Cedar Hill is up so big in this game is because we got a report earlier that Chandler Rogers was not in the football game, actually got escorted off into the locker room, injured hip potentially, and we've got Guy Frazier on the phone. Guy, tell us a little bit about that injury for Chandler Rogers. What happened in the play? What happened after that? And did he ever come back into the ball game?
Hey, fellas. Halftime here. 35-14. Cedar Hill leads Lake Ridge. So Chandler goes down right the first and 10 play right near midfield. It's 14-14 at the time, about 8 minutes left in the second quarter. So we got a good football game, right? And he goes down on the first down play, and he doesn't get up. Now, he's kind of holding his back, and I'm thinking, I'm not really sure what it is.
Mm-hmm.
He's eventually assisted off to the sideline, and as he's walking off, I kind of look at him, and he's favoring one of his hips. And he has not come back from the locker room. And then after that, it was about the worst four-play sequence that Lake Ridge could have. He goes down, gets hurt. Then they have a bad punt that goes about, I think 30 yards backwards. Cedar Hill scores. Cedar Hill then gets the ball back again after an interception. They go and score on a 75-yard touchdown throw. And then they scored one more time for just good measure to make it 35-14 at the halftime. So the worst end to the second quarter that Lake Ridge could possibly have.
Is this just Cedar Hill trying to work out maybe some of the frustration that they had last week with not being able to score against Mansfield Summit? Or are they just having more success this week?
Well, last week was rain, but it was like a monsoon, right? This week is more like a pitter-patter rain. It's messy, but you can swing the ball around the yard if you want. And they've had a nice balance attack, but they have really struck gold on some big pass plays. Shane Lawrence looks much better this week than he did last week. I mean, he's connected 3 times with Zachary Franklin, one of the Cedar Hill receivers. So, it's been a big half for the offense for Cedar Hill.
Guy Frazier on the phone from Lake Ridge and Cedar Hill, giving us a couple updates during halftime of that ball game. Guy, thanks so much. We'll talk to you again soon.
Yeah, appreciate it, fellas. Y'all have a good night.
There he goes, Guy Frazier. We'll talk to him here in just a little bit at the end of that Lake Ridge and Cedar Hill game. But overall, just tough breaks for the Lake Ridge Eagles as they just can't get anything going. Rogers out, couple miscues, and just like that, you're down against one of the best teams in the state.
Yeah, and it really came down to, Cedar Hill losing a game that I don't think they expected to lose against Summit last week. And we've talked about Euless Trinity possibly playing a little ticked off. I think you're getting a Cedar Hill team that wanted to make amends for their terrible performance, quite frankly, a week ago. And for Lake Ridge, a game that probably would have been neck and neck, you lose Rogers at quarterback, who'd been one of the best players in the entire area. A big reason why they've got state championships hopes in their first year from 5A to 6A. It's a big loss, and hopefully that's nothing serious moving forward.
And Guy mentioned it, but that's the wide receivers, Zachary Franklin for Cedar Hill. 3 catches, 3 touchdowns, 158 yards on the day.
Gosh.
Yeah,
what a stat line.
You knew Cedar Hill would come back from that disappointing loss last week.
Well, we knew. We knew. I don't know if you knew.
You didn't pick them to win. You picked Lake Ridge.
So, as I was saying,
they were right.
They were half right, and it took a complete.
It's only a halftime. You're right.
It is, and so look, man. I mean, you can understand how Lake Ridge could go into panic mode. Their best player goes down. I mean, what do we do next, right?
You lose.
That next man up philosophy doesn't always work. So, as we're seeing tonight,
not everybody's Allen, and they've got 2 backups that are just as good.
Well, one of the teams that looks as good as Allen and how we've kind of hyped them up to be because of the way they're running through teams. They beat Molina 56-14, beat Richardson 63-24, beat that's a different schedule. How about 63-0 against Richardson Berkner, 63-6 against Skyline, 76-0 against Lake Highlands. Insert name here.
Duffel Bag Boys.
What is that?
The Duncanville Panthers.
There you go. Well, what's their score? Duncanville over Richardson. Pierce at halftime, 21-7. Not that blowout type of win, at least as of right now.
Surprising.
From the Duncanville side. Pierce kind of hanging in this ball game a little
Pierce
bit.
has their best team that they've had in over a decade. I mean, this is a J.J. Pierce team that comes in 5-1, if I'm not mistaken. I know Duncanville's undefeated, and they were my preseason pick. I'll reiterate at every show to win the state championship. And I know Heckma, we are just crossing our fingers, praying for an Allen Duncanville game because
it's going to happen.
We both think maybe that's the one team that can slay that Allen Eagle Dragon. But for Pierce, they're hanging in there. I mean, this was a 21-0 game, and give them credit with a 2-yard touchdown literally as the first half clock expired. Bo Brewer to Zach Brickert to make it 21-7. So J.J. Pierce is fighting and clawing their way to stay in this one with the Panthers.
Yeah, I think the surprising stat for me is the 136 in the passing game. You know that Beeson and company, these guys are shutting down everything. There's nothing they hadn't seen before. But again, going back to it, and I talked to you about it last week, Walchuk, the Duncanville passing game. They have got to try and get something going in the passing game and not rely so heavily on the running game. Last week they had 444 yards rushing and 2 yards, 3 yards passing. If you're going to go and win state, you're going to have to, Jaquindon Jackson is definitely going to have to get some type of passing attack.
Absolutely. That's a brilliant point on you, and a big reason why they have such high rushing totals is because obviously Jaquindon Jackson is a run-first kind of quarterback, but yeah, you get into the playoffs, he's going to have to make some plays with his arm. You're 100% right.
Yeah, definitely. So another player who does make plays with his arm, at least on a normal basis, Jacob Clark and the Rockwall Yellow Jackets coming into this game against North Mesquite 4-2, trying to lock things up, at least playoff-wise, in 11-6A. Ho, ho, ho. The Yellow Jacket putting it on North Mesquite 41-7. Do we have to say anything more?
No.
I think we can go ahead and move on.
Well, it doesn't get that much better in our next game. How about Highland Park and Samuel? We've got a little bit of a blowout in that one as well. Samuel trailing 34-0 at halftime. Do have a touchdown to show you on the fan tag cam. Chandler Morris, of course, quarterback, son of Chad Morris, head coach at Arkansas, former SMU head coach. Take a look at this one. Underneath 2 minutes to play in the first half. Over the middle, who other than Finn Corwin diving.
What a throw.
Got it in there. He thinks it's a touchdown. I think they called it just shy, but I love the catch on a dive from Finn Corwin. He is an outstanding athlete, plays basketball, plays football as well. And Heckma, you like to say it as
I know you guys are disappointed. They're up 34-0. You got to dissect them to death because they're up 34-0.
Hey, no, it's not us. It's the Highland Park
the mantra.
Production.
Hey, let me tell you this, and I'm going to be honest, guys. I came into the show completely hating, being a Highland Park hater. I did. I just admit it. I'm just telling you.
I think everybody is until you're around the program and see how they go about their business.
And guys, just being on the show and looking at them week in and week out and seeing some of the throws that this kid is making, he is putting it on the money.
I want to take another look at this off of the fan cam or fan tag cam because
look at the placement of the football.
Look at this. This is a little bit slower over the middle. Slow it down a little bit. Boom. Only one place and one player can make that catch, and it's his receiver, and it's Finn Corwin.
I mean, he's awesome. I mean, I've gotten to watch enough of him in the rain and in dry conditions. This kid is he's a baller.
Easy touchdown after that.
And he's going to Clemson, right?
He's not committed to Clemson, no.
He's not committed.
He has gotten an offer, though.
I thought that was the word on the street that he was going to Clemson.
Well, he is boys with Deshaun Watson. He is boys with Deshaun Watson.
Well, I mean, obviously, Chad, before he got that coaching job, his father at SMU was the offensive coordinator at Clemson.
Okay.
That's how they developed that relationship with Deshaun Watson and Chandler. Then he got the job at SMU, did great things there. Now he's over at Arkansas. So,
he can't go to Arkansas.
All three of those schools have offered Chandler Morris, so it'll be interesting to see. And he's got another year left in high school. That's what's crazy. Like, we're talking about two of the best quarterbacks in the area in Preston Stone, sophomore, Chandler Morris, junior. Unbelievable.
Yeah,
I'm thankful.
Absolutely unbelievable overall. Another unbelievable game. Let's take a quick look before we go to break into the Ford Center across the hallway. Frisco Wakeland up 28-20, driving. This is just after an interception in the red zone. Independence has come all the way back. They had a chance to at least tie it at 28. Well, they threw a pick, and Wakeland ended up running the ball back about 40 yards. They now lead it 28-20. We're going to update you on all the other games around the area. We've gone one run through. We're into hour number 3 here for Whataburger Friday Night Stars. We'll be back in just a moment.
In a world where a young family embarks on an incredible journey, A son gets lost in an epic film. A father wills his team to victory, while a mother tries to talk to her daughter, who is posting online at a rate she has never seen until now. With high-speed Wi-Fi, free live TV and movies, there's something for everyone. Download the American app, and the best in entertainment travels with you.
Nothing works up my thirst for an ice-cold Pepsi Cola like getting buckets. Whether I'm breaking ankles or breaking hearts.
Hey, Drew.
It always brings the refreshment, and I've been drinking it a long time.
Hey, Drew, how old are you anyway?
Man. Doesn't matter.
Uncle Drew, in theaters, June 29th.
Future tastes good.
Hey football fans, check this out. It's called Fan Tag, the easiest way to get video highlights from all of your games. As a parent, I know the value of capturing our kids' special moments on video. Fan Tag makes it easy to relive a memory or share it with family, friends, and recruiters. Download the Fan Tag app, and on game day, find your event and get instant highlights delivered right to your phone. So never miss a moment. Try Fan Tag today. It's free.
This is Academy Sports and Outdoors. We offer a huge sports and outdoors selection of top name brand gear like you've never seen. All at low prices like you've never seen. Because we're a sports and outdoor store like you've never seen. Visit us in store or at academy.com for the guaranteed lowest prices. Academy Sports and Outdoors, for all for less.
Little ideas can turn into big dreams. Big dreams require careful planning and the right partner. A partner dedicated to helping you take care of your employees, protect your business, and plan for the future. It's sometimes overwhelming. It's often exciting. It's your story, and we can help. SWBC.
Today at Whataburger, we're cooking the sweet and spicy bacon burger.
The sweet and spicy bacon burger is my all-time favorite.
I love this burger. It's just perfect.
2 beef patties, 2 different types of cheese, caramelized onions. My favorite thing about this burger is the sweet and spicy pepper sauce and the bacon. You get it in every bite.
Nothing beats this.
The sweet and spicy bacon burger is an all-time favorite at Whataburger.
That's happiness.
You want to bring the heat? Prove it. With carbs to help fuel muscles. And electrolytes to help replace what you lose in sweat. Studied, tested, proven. Nothing beats Gatorade.
On a forbidden Fansville by Dr. Pepper.
Ramon, we can't.
But Julia,
Rivals.
I can love you and still hate your overrated school.
We have 2 different defensive philosophies. You're a base 4-3 cover 2, and I'm an
aggressive 3-4 with press coverage. I get it, but we both love Dr. Pepper.
Oh, Ramon.
Touchdown, State! Yes! In your face!
Dr. Pepper, the official drink of Fansville.
Back here on Whataburger Friday Night Stars, it's week 8, hour number 3, here from the Star in Frisco, Texas. Kyle Yeomans, Heckma Harrison, Zach Wolchuk, and the Eric Man Bun Chiafalo.
I like it.
He's got a little bit of a beard going too.
Yeah, well, it's getting into the fall. I think it's sort of beard season.
Well, are we doing No Shave November? Is that a thing that's happening?
Absolutely.
Well, I think that's like a year-round thing for the three of us. If you want to join the party, though,
Kyle, come on board. Come on board.
Well, I'll do it in November. How about that?
Okay, that sounds
good. We'll try and do some Movember. We'll make it a whole thing. We'll promote some charity stuff and do something. We're due for charity at some point, anyways, right?
I'm all about it.
I mean, we haven't.
This is going to be so good to see you.
See me in a weird beard.
This is going to be so.
Can you guys? Can we teach me how to trim it? Because I don't even know how to trim.
You just got to start it first.
Well, I was going to say you got to have one.
Well, yeah, the key is like you got to be able to grow it. If you can't grow it, then there's no way you're going to trim it.
Oh gosh, this is gonna be
like,
a
what
nightmare.
Are we talking? Patches?
Yeah, I don't know.
I bet you grow.
I've never tried.
All right, well, let's try it.
I've never tried it.
Start today.
But November.
You're gonna need the extra time. Start today.
Kyle, maybe just a little goatee action.
I've done that before. I could do that.
Okay, there
That'd
you go.
be
I'd like
easy.
to see a little goatee
You lit him off
action.
easy. I bet you.
Yeah, no, I want to do a beard.
mustache.
My dad's got a pretty good mustache. I could probably make something happen.
I could see you holding down the mustache.
I could do a mustache, but
be on the
I
lookout.
want to do the whole thing. I want to do the whole thing. I want to figure it out. Guys, let's go. Instead of trying to watch out for my beard, how about players to watch Week 8 edition?
If we have to.
Well, let's go ahead and get away from that topic.
I'm excited about our guys this week. I think we got a good.
We do have a really good
crop.
amount of guys to talk about. Tight end, quarterback, safety. Who wants to start things out? I'm going to let you guys choose. Letting the people choose.
I think we should start with Heckma.
Okay.
Why do you think you should start with me?
Because we like your diamond
I'm a
segment.
fan of your choice, and I think that you do a great job in this segment. To me, this is really just all about sitting back and watching Heckma work.
Do it, buddy.
All
you, Heckma.
So awesome of you to say. I
can feel the love.
You're my guy, bro. You bring
genuinely.
You bring the juice here. Like, I can hear
there.
the passion and the love that you talk about
Stop
when you pick
it.
your guys.
Stop
All right, guys,
it.
let's move
so
past the
my
smooth
guy is Mr. Michael Black, guys.
Ooh.
He is one of the stars in the Metroplex, and I mean to tell you, this kid is lights out. Last week versus Euless Trinity, he bought it on every level. And the one thing about him that made him my player to watch this week is once the game started to waver, where you saw Euless Trinity coming back, Mike Black was the main guy on the sideline hyping his guys up. Now that's an intangible. Leadership. You don't teach that. Has to be innate. And that is the one thing about Michael Black that I think is going to be the difference maker for Haltom, because you got a lot of these teams. Remember, we were talking about your guy from Northwest Eaton, who we talked about the Odell Beckhams of the world, the guys that are
Titus
Swins. These guys are not natural leaders, all right? But when you find a kid like Michael Black who does come in and put it on the line and does, tell his team, look, guys, it's time to play. He did that last week, and you saw the results on the field.
Yeah, definitely did. And right now he's doing it again, up 21-0 in that ball game against Abilene in a district rivalry. He's 11 for 17, 180 yards and a touchdown. He also has 65 yards and a score on the ground.
I'm telling you, he's amazing.
He reminds me,
do it all.
And Heckma and Kyle, well, really all of us, but Heckma, I know for sure you can go ahead and speak to this. But what about like a Mason Fine comparison almost? Just a guy that just kind of wins.
Yeah.
He gets it. He's been overlooked forever, but he just gets the job done.
I love that you just said that, because Mike Black is another guy that's being overlooked in the Metroplex. Everybody's looking at the bigger names as far as playing at the next level. He's a guy that's going to get an opportunity with the school, and they are going to love this kid. I hope he goes to North Texas. I hope he stays in the Metroplex, because speed. The kid has speed, agility, but also, like I said, the one thing that made him my player to watch this week, his leadership ability, what he does with his teammates. When they were getting down, they had every opportunity to say, uh-oh, here it goes.
And when you're at a program like Haltom that struggled lately,
that's easy.
You need that kind of generational player that's going to kind of come and change the culture, and he's that culture changer.
Mike Black, guys.
You also got to love it whenever the family gets involved as well. And we actually had his mom comment on one of our tweets today. What? We in our preview tweets on the Friday Stars Twitter, by the way, follow Friday_Stars if you get a chance. His mom tweeted out and said, "This made me cry. I'm so proud of you, Michael Black. Mama loves you bunches. Don't want to embarrass the guy, but that's cool. Like, that's a cool thing to see.
No, that's awesome.
To see the support around his family and him finally getting a little bit of support because he deserves it. He's putting up monster numbers and he's playing his heart out, and you can see the results on the field. Haltom has the best team they've had in probably program history.
Yeah,
and they have a chance
absolutely.
to do something really special this season. And not only does Michael Black have a chance to look at it, but even his family gets to ride along. And I like that side of things. Not trying to embarrass you, Michael, but overall, that's a really, really cool.
I don't think anybody's embarrassed with getting love from them.
No,
should not
from
be.
their mom.
By any means, should not be. Chiafalo, I want you to go up next because I like your guy a lot.
Oh, this dude is a stud. There's a lot to like with this guy. Well, he's 6'6", 240, so the dude's a monster. His name is Baylor Cupp, and according to my sources, he is, he's not going to Baylor, so I'm sorry about that. He's actually going to be an Aggie.
Okay.
And he is a hard commit, so this guy he's pretty dead set on becoming an Aggie and joining Jimbo Fisher. Now, he goes to Brock High School. It's a smaller school, 3A school, but they went to state last year. They didn't pull it out, but he had a touchdown in the game, and they're hoping to get back this year. Now, this dude is a big fish in a small pond. He's the #1 tight end in the state, and when you watch him play, you see very quickly. I know Walchuk loves his boy Austin Stogner. Don't get me wrong, Stogie's a player, but this guy's the #1. Baylor is the #1 guy in the state. He's just the whole package. You put him in line to block. I've seen him pancake multiple dudes. Every single game he plays, he gets pancakes. You can tell he takes pride in the blocking game, and that's something that you don't see nowadays with tight ends. Sometimes they're just like, oh, I'm basically a glorified receiver. Well, the good news with Baylor Cupp, he can do that as well. You can split him out wide, and he's a mismatch. He's an absolute matchup nightmare for defenses because he's fast enough to go up against these corners, and he's way too big for these guys to cover him. So at 6'6", 240, and like I said, the dude blocks in the running game. He's a monster, and he's fast. So these linebackers are surprised how fast he gets on them, and then he mows them over. You can tell he loves playing. Everything you read about him, the dude's is as strong as an ox. He leads. He's got all the records for weightlifting in the school, for top to bottom, and the strength shows. Like, he literally throws kids around, and then on the next play, he's catching a touchdown.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. No, the dude's a player, and I think A&M's got themselves a really good one. Like I said, good energy, high effort, motor, good kid that works hard, and he just so happens to be the biggest and best player on the field.
Now, Eric, when you announced that he was going to be your player to watch, I went and looked him up, and I saw a lot of good things, but you know what I also saw?
What'd you see?
I saw a kid that could put on 50 pounds and be a left tackle in the NFL.
Oh, yes.
He's that big and strong.
I know.
And, I mean, it seems like if he's going to play for Jimbo, that's what Jimbo says after, first summer, hey, kid, don't think you are a tight end. We're going to move you out to left tackle. He is huge.
Yep.
But the one thing that, more than the catching ability, his ability to just lock on and take guys to the Gatorade buckets was amazing.
Gosh.
Now, in comparison to the kid from Preston is a dancing bear. He's just
I mean, you're
feet,
comparing.
sweet feet.
Yeah, Stogner's a receiving tight end
exactly.
from
It's
heaven,
a
right?
complete different animal, different engine and everything. This kid right here is a Hemi. He's
a monster, but he's got great hands, soft hands. He can catch the ball. So A&M's got themselves a good one. Again, 4 stars, #1 tight end in the state. And when you watch him play, you realize why.
Absolutely.
But last but certainly not least, Wolchuk.
I'm going with Jonathan McGill, who just committed to SMU this week, the outstanding defensive back from Coppell. Now, McGill, just a couple weeks ago, we featured that Coppell-Hebron game. He was a big reason why Coppell got that win. He had an interception in the red zone while taking on Trajan Bridges man-to-man, also blocked an extra point attempt that ended up being ultimately the deciding factor in that football game. But this is a dude, he started his first 3 years at safety. He's playing corner for the first time. You can literally put him anywhere on the football field. This kid's going to succeed. If he wanted to be the starting running back for Coppell, he could be. If he wanted to be their #1 receiver, he could be. And they do play him every once in a while on offense to give them a spark. But he is just a guy that he gets it. And on defense, he's an extremely good player at reading what's going on. He'll come up, he'll hit you, but he's got ball skills. I mean, a lot like some of the best safeties we've talked about, and I know he's playing corner this year, but we talked about Jalen Catalon, right? A dude that just has a nose for the football. Mm-hmm. This guy is the exact same kind of player, whether it's forcing fumbles, guys. I mean, he makes some plays that how in the world did he just get the football there? But he's just an absolute. heat-seeking missile on the football field. Jonathan McGill is the real deal, reigning 9-6A district defensive player of the year. I think he's well on his way to getting another one this year. And SMU is getting an outstanding recruit. Had offers from Stanford. He had some other offers from other Texas Tech, some other schools around the area. Choosing to go play with Sonny Dykes at SMU, they're getting themselves quite the recruiting class.
I tell you, I was a little disappointed this week when I saw that he was going to SMU. I thought he was definitely going to Big 12 all the way. There's a lot of teams, Oklahoma State, Texas Tech, Kansas State, everybody was after him because he just has that body type. You know, he's physical at the line of scrimmage, and you know, he goes to SMU. I mean, that says a lot about him simply because he's obviously a smart kid. He's getting offers from Stanford.
No doubt.
And I don't know.
Absolutely, that's a great point.
I don't know what Coppell's strategy is defensively tonight, but if he's matched up one-on-one with the stud wide receiver Marcel Brooks for Flymount Marcus, he's shut him down to 4 catches and 38 yards.
Which is also so weird because you featured Marcel Brooks early in the season, and he was a linebacker at that point. Now he's morphed over to wide receiver. He's playing well, putting up good numbers, but word on the street, Heckman, is he wants to now play wide receiver in college, and he's no longer a hard commit to LSU.
Yeah, he's flip-flopped on that, man. This kid has gotten a taste of the offensive side of the ball and realizes that he can use his speed and agility better as a wide receiver. Now, look, guys, coming into the season, no one had any – he didn't make a bleep on the radar at the wide receiver position. 6'3", 240 pounds. I mean, easy this kid is going to be – 250, you know, all muscle. So he's a linebacker, but now he's saying, nope, I want to play wide receiver because he's 4.4 speed, easy. Yeah. Good hands, athletic, but again, he's opening up the recruiting process.
Yeah, man, that's wild because a linebacker for LSU, there's not much higher honor out there. You got to be an absolute monster to get recruited by them and go play linebacker for them, and now he wants to play wide receiver. I remember just early in the season, all of a sudden I start seeing Marcel Brooks' name starts coming up in the offensive stat sheet. I'm like, what's going on? What's going on? And I'm thinking maybe he's just playing both ways because they need some offensive, juice, and looks like he's not really playing much defense at all. And now I'm looking at Kyle's face, and there's
something just happened. I don't know.
There's nothing.
I've got an update
shock.
for you. I've got a huge one.
This sounds like Plano.
No, it's not.
Oh, thank God.
But it's somebody we've talked about in depth throughout the course of the regular season. Guys, let's flash back to week 1 a little bit. Who was our star of the week?
Star of the year, Caden Davis.
Caden Davis.
Well, guess what?
Is he our star again tonight?
Did he do it again?
50 seconds left in the ball game.
Oh, my God.
No way.
Flower Mound up 23-21.
Flower Mound Marcus
up 23-21. Thank you for that.
Coppell stormed back then.
Coppell with 17 points in the fourth quarter. Caden Davis with 37 seconds remaining kicks a 51-yard field goal.
Oh, my gosh.
Good to take a 24-23 lead. Oh, my.
So I think I did a tweet earlier today about this matchup, and I said that the kid would kick it from 635.
You did?
You did.
Yeah.
You did.
I said if it's close, you know what he's going to do,
We need
right?
to hit Caden Davis up on social media. I mean, he is the definition of Friday Night Star. He is our perennial week to week. We joke about it, but this dude,
amazing.
He's a money man.
When is their bye week? I want to get him on the show.
My
honestly.
Lord, he deserves to be here. We need to give him a fan tag, fun pack, whatever the heck needs to happen.
I think their bye week's already done, but we missed our chance.
What a whirlwind.
An outstanding. How relieving is that if you're Coppell and you're in a 3-point or less football game?
Yep.
And you just know play calling wise, like I've got a kicker that I feel very confident about from 51 yards out.
That's unbelievable.
Gee,
there's few and far between that kind of consistency, that kind of leg kicking.
Period.
In high school football today.
And the wherewithal to be able to, at the end of a game, know the game's on the line and come through for the second time this season. You mentioned it was 51 yards. That's his. That's the second longest game-winning field goal for Caden Davis this season.
Yeah, and guess where he's headed?
To Whataburger?
To Texas A&M and
Texas
to Whataburger.
A&M and the Whataburger, of course, after the game. Because
celebration
time.
Aggies and SMU, man. This year's recruiting class from DFW is stout.
They're figuring things out. But you want to know, as we go to break here, I have another stout highlight that you guys are going to really enjoy, and it has to do with one of our players to watch. How about Haltom? Michael Black.
Yes.
Let's take a look at this touchdown. Heading to break, we're in hour number 3 of Whataburger Friday Night Stars, and an 84-yard touchdown from Holton, breaking it loose. There he goes.
That's
Look
for
at
you,
this.
Mrs. Black.
Oh, man, back inside. One man to beat all the way. 84 yards for the score. Holton
magical
leads.
Magical season.
28-0, Holton.
Today at Whataburger, we're cooking the sweet and spicy bacon burger.
The sweet and spicy bacon burger is my all-time favorite.
I love this burger. It's just perfect.
2 beef patties, 2 different types of cheese, caramelized onions. My favorite thing about this burger is the sweet and spicy pepper sauce and the bacon. You get it in every bite.
Nothing beats this.
The sweet and spicy bacon burger is an all-time favorite at Whataburger.
That's happiness.
Little ideas can turn into big dreams. Big dreams require careful planning and the right partner. A partner dedicated to helping you take care of your employees, protect your business, and plan for the future. It's sometimes overwhelming. It's often exciting. It's your story, and we can help. SWBC.
Nothing works up my thirst for an ice-cold Pepsi Cola like getting buckets. Whether I'm breaking ankles or breaking hearts.
Hey, Drew.
It always brings the refreshment, and I've been drinking it a long time.
Drew, how old are you anyway?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Uncle Drew, in theaters, June 29th. Future tastes good.
You want to bring the heat? Prove it. With carbs to help fuel muscles. And electrolytes to help replace what you lose in sweat. Studied, tested, proven. Nothing beats Gatorade.
On a forbidden Fansville by Dr. Pepper.
Ramon, we can't.
But Julia,
We're rivals.
I can love you and still hate your overrated school.
We have 2 different defensive philosophies. You're a base 4-3 cover 2, and I'm an
aggressive 3-4 with press coverage. I get it, but we both love Dr. Pepper.
Oh, Ramon.
Touchdown, State! Yes! In your face!
Dr. Pepper, the official drink of Fansville.
Hey football fans, check this out. It's called FanTag, the easiest way to get video highlights from all of your games. As a parent, I know the value of capturing our kids' special moments on video. FanTag makes it easy to relive a memory or share it with family, friends, and recruiters. Download the FanTag app, and on game day, find your event and get instant highlights delivered right to your phone. So never miss a moment. Try FanTag today. It's free.
This is Academy Sports and Outdoors. We offer a huge sports and outdoors selection of top name brand gear like you've never seen. All at low prices like you've never seen. Because we're a sports and outdoor store like you've never seen. Visit us in store or at academy.com for the guaranteed lowest prices. Academy Sports and Outdoors, for all for less.
Look, if you're not the lead dog, the scenery never changes. That's why this is the view for every other full-size pickup. And this year, it's deja vu all over again. Because only the Ford F-150 gives you best-in-class torque, best-in-class payload, and you got it, baby, best-in-class towing. This is the big dog. This is the Ford F-150. It doesn't just raise the bar, pal. It is the bar.
Current owners can now drive an F-150 with 0 for 66 plus $3,750 total savings. Only at your best in Texas Ford dealer.
Oh, Whataburger Friday Night Stars. Week 8 is here. We are back here from the Star in Frisco, Texas, home to the Dallas Cowboys headquarters. And, man, we've got a lot of Texas high school football to get to. And we're going to run through our highlighted games, some of the best games around the entire area. And we've got a lot to get to because there is some craziness happening. By the way, that Coppell game just went final. Ball game, 24-23 final score. Caden Davis with a 51-yard game winner. Actually, I'm getting word it's 75 yards now.
Okay,
a game winner for Caden Davis.
That's a chip shot. Legend grows.
He is a legend, man.
Oh, crazy stuff though from Caden Davis as he continues to impress. But let's start things off with the TAPS level again. And this is a game I love going back to because it's close right now. Parish Episcopal and Bishop Lynch. And before, Heckma, you give the score update on this, I've got a highlight on the FanTag cam. Let's take a look at the FanTag cam. Oh, never mind. We're going to take a score look first. 20-13. I'll tell you how Parish got to 20 here in just a moment. But overall, that offense for Parish is doing well, but has stalled out a couple times. And because of that, Bishop Lynch is staying in this ballgame.
Yeah, man. I mean, look, Crawford, my guy Charles Crawford for Bishop Lynch, he is definitely keeping Lynch in this game. But Preston Stone, I mean, hey, like you said, it's a lot of pressure to put on the young guy. He's a sophomore, and we are anointing him as the next big thing, right? But he is not disappointing, guys. 207 yards, 1 touchdown already, and the stat sheet has got Preston Stone's name all over it.
Well, let's look at this FanTag cam and how he was able to get the 20 points here. How about this? 75 yards out, finds his receiver over the middle, breaks a couple tackles. There he goes.
Jeez. Well, tackle somebody.
All the way. Yeah, nobody there, and then a big-time touchdown run for Parish. That's what gives them the lead. They now lead it 20-13. Good game there between the two TAPS powers, Bishop Lynch and Parish Episcopal. How about Frisco Reedy, Denton Braswell? Another game that we looked at earlier did not necessarily look like it was going in favor of Denton Braswell, and it hasn't changed very much. No rushing yards, under 100 yards total, and Reedy dominating again.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those for Josh Foskey.
Foskey.
Doing his thing again. A couple of touchdowns, over 250 yards through the air, and it was going to be big player bust for Braswell. They just aren't quite as talented as this Reedy team is this year. Reedy, the first team on their way to go 8-0.
You're so nice.
In the FW. Well, look, Dan Braswell, I called their first ever football game. I mean,
is that what it is? You're not that nice on
He's got some emotional ties to Braswell.
I know the struggle that Braswell's had going forward, and Coach Cody Moore's good people's man over there. He's doing everything he can to get that program back and competitive, but it was going to be an uphill battle for them against Reedy. I mean, the Lions, we've talked about it. I think we mentioned it a couple weeks ago. Are they a team that's really kind of getting underappreciated? They're under the radar. People talk about Lone Star. People talk about South Oak Cliff and Highland Park. But Reedy in 5A, they're a team to look out for, man. They're the real deal.
Guys, I want to backtrack real quick. Parish Episcopal, Bishop Lynch. We just talked about how that was 20-13. I've got a FanTag cam highlight again. FanTag coming in clutch again. Of course, some of the best highlights around the area. This is Bishop Lynch on their 4-yard line of Parish. Rumbling, tumbling young man, getting his way, fighting his way, getting a push into the end zone.
Look at that.
Teamwork, team effort, and that game is tied up at 20 apiece.
Wow.
At Parish. Not over by a long shot. But, guys, Denton Geyer and Keller, this was a highlighted matchup. And, Zach, I know you've been keeping a close eye on this one. What's going on?
This one just went final.
Okay.
Actually, it is a final score of 31-17. Denton Guyer gets the big district win. They knock off Keller. It's Keller's second loss of the season. Both these teams 2-1 entering district play. Big win for the Guyer Wildcats, and they really traded blows. It looked like a couple of back-to-back scores to end the third quarter for Keller. Damon Smith had a 24-yard touchdown to cut the Guyer lead to 10. Then they had a chance to open the fourth. They got to stop, got the ball back, ended up having to kick a field goal to make it 24-17. And then Guyer did what Guyer does. They took over possession with 8:04 left. They end their offensive drive in the end zone with 1:26 left on the clock. Bled it dry. Cobbs ends it with a 23-yard touchdown run. Denton Guyer, look out. They're back, and they're playing Guyer Wildcat football. Big 31-17 win over the Keller Indians. We'll have Grayson Ouellette call in during overtime to give us more of a breakdown of that one.
That's a surprise. I mean, definitely Guyer is that team that in a loss to the South Lake, it seems like they were just saying, well, yeah, but that's all right. We're going to come back next week and we're going to reload. They didn't hang their heads down. And you saw them come back next week. Kedrick Cobb is just brutal. It's just what it is. Yeah, he's bringing the business every Friday.
He's a gruesome runner, Heckma.
Gruesome
as
runner.
You like to say.
I'm telling you, man, this kid is stiff-arming people. He's running people. And he's the type of running back that you hate to play against in these conditions because he's looking for the contact.
Amen. When it's cold and wet, that's not a guy you want to get in front of a tackle. And Guyer last week, they offensively, their quarterback Eli Stowers had a big game this week. 5 for 10, 50 yards, 2 interceptions. They still win the game. So you can see that there's going to be some growing pains with the young quarterback, but offensively, you can win multiple ways. You have games where you can push the ball down the field. The quarterback's not playing well. It's okay. We can still run the ball and get a win against a good Keller team.
Yeah, and they did so indeed today, and that's an impressive win. On the road, getting it done. Another impressive win. How about Coppell getting it done against Flower Mound Marcus? We talked about the man, the myth, the legend, Caden Davis from 51 yards out to win it as there were about 37 seconds left on the clock. But nonetheless, another night for Caden Davis, the Texas A&M commit, the kicker, getting it done. Coppell gets a win with only 239 total yards.
How many weeks can they do it like this? How many weeks? Until the end, every week, the Cardiac Cowboys.
They
really are, man.
Saxey like that. They had the win against Hebron like that. Awesome. Just absolutely
They're earning
incredible.
that name, Cardiac Cowboys. And when you got a kicker like that, that's going to help you. But what a fourth quarter for Coppell. They were down. They were down by quite a bit, and then they have a 17-point fourth quarter to come back and end up winning the game.
Down 20-7.
Yeah, going into the fourth quarter. And wow, well, I mean, that's really all you can say about Caden Davis and just the overall ability for that Coppell team to fight back like that and win these close games is just incredible.
Guys, I have to make a sincere apology that I did not send a reporter to this football game.
Yes.
But I will tell you that you asked for it, you shall receive. I have found video footage of the 51-yard field goal. And I'm going to play it straight off of the laptop.
Yes.
Off of the fan tag cam. How about this? 51 yards out. Caden Davis. Let's see if we can get this going. There it is. Waiting for it to happen. You see the clock in the background. 43 seconds. They're down by 2. Up. And just in the corner. Just barely got it done.
If that had been 54, I don't know that he makes that.
Close call.
It was 51, and
we shouldn't have showed it. I think it lost a little luster.
I don't care. I think it's
no.
Just
He's getting carried off the field for the third time this season.
No doubt about it. Anytime you're making it from 50+ in high school, good for you.
Yeah, Caden Davis, homecoming king for life at Coppell.
Oh, no question. Free Whataburger on us tonight, Caden.
Oh, my goodness.
That footage was courtesy of Daniel H. Jaworski, and he is on Twitter at
Jaws?
no, not that Jaws.
Not Jaws?
He's on Twitter as Marauder17, so he's on the sad side of that, but he still was able to provide us with some pretty cool look of a great play and a 51-yard field goal. Independence and Wakeland, this game, let's take a look into the Ford Center. It has gone final overall. Wakeland gave every opportunity to Independence as Independence really, really tried to fight back in this game. Wakeland got up early on. Independence was able to storm all the way back, and the defense for Independence, or the defense for Wakeland, however, actually stood strong late in that ball game. Everybody kind of hyped up inside the Ford Center. Final score 35-20. You see Independence fighting their way back. The run game was there for the Independence Knights, but Wakeland and the Wolverines too strong. 306 total yards, even though Independence did put up 480 yards offensively. Just overall, just couldn't get it done in the end, and the turnovers end up killing Independence overall.
That's the tell of the game, and the turnovers. That red zone turnover really killed them. They lost all their momentum with that big drive and getting the fumble there right in the red zone.
Yeah, and that's surprising. I really thought Independence would win this game. I thought they had the better offense, but a huge win for Wakeland. They made the stops when they had to. They were able to slow down that Independence offense had been really explosive coming into the season, and credit that defense, man. Those defensive stands were huge.
And it proves true tonight for Wakeland. You look good, you feel good, you play good.
Love those uniforms. And then you look at even Braylon Braxton had a really good night overall, 230 yards. He had 2 touchdowns, but you saw 2 of those interceptions in the highlight reel. And that, like Heckma said, you turn the football over, things aren't going to happen in your favor, and Wakeland was able to put it away late. Moving on from there, Flower Mound, Hebron, another good football game. Flower Mound trying to get into the driver's seat of that district, and this got a close one here, 35-31. This game not over with yet, guys.
No, I'm telling you, this is definitely going to be a nail-biter. Brett Short and, my God, Trajan Bridges is having a great game, 149 yards receiving, 2 touchdowns, 35-31. Flower Mound still really, deep in this game with the fourth quarter. Look, man, it's going to be Pierce Hutchins all the way. I'm just calling it right now to win this game for Flower Mound. They came too far to lose now.
Can we talk about the stat line for Blake Short, quarterback for Flower Mound? Oh, man, he's putting up some numbers right now. 329 yards passing. He's 27 for 43 with 4 touchdowns.
Whew.
Oh, man.
He's red hot right now.
Man, I'll tell you what.
Red hot.
Flower Mound is red hot, and they're offensively they're productive. I think it's the best offense they've had since Paul Millar graduated from there in 2010. That was their last playoff run. He went and played at West Virginia. And this is a Hebron team. Look, give them a lot of credit. Trajan Bridges, we talked about it coming in, might be the best player on the field. Heckma, you just were there. Dude, he's had a 83-yard touchdown reception to give Hebron the lead at 35-31. Earlier in the game, he had a 68-yard touchdown run. He had a 2-yard touchdown run. And in the first quarter, he had a 51-yard reception. So
Trajan Bridges, he has 4 touchdowns?
He's got 4 touchdowns.
Oh, my
He's made his mark on this game, win or lose.
And I think he said he's having a mediocre senior season. I think that's how I led the show.
Well, but you did say this would be his coming out party, and it certainly has.
A lot of offense in that game. My goodness.
You got to love it. And Flower Mound almost up to 500 yards total, and then you turn around and you look at Hebron on the other side, also close to about 450 yards total. We'll keep this in.
It's a fun one right there.
Yeah, we'll keep this one updated as those last 6.5 minutes do count down off of the clock. How about Jesuit and Allen? This game did not look pretty earlier. Guys, has it gotten any better at all?
No, and in fact, we've got a final, and that is it. 43-14, the Allen Eagles all over Jesuit, and it started off Keldon Manning on the ground, boom, boom, 14-0. Theo Weiss joins the party. It's 20-0. I mean, this one was 23-0 at halftime, and a spark of life. E.J. Smith, a 13-yard touchdown run for Jesuit. It's 23-7, and then the spark of life goes as Tisdale comes right back. I mean, this is a football team in Allen. Good luck slowing them down. And for Jesuit, a team that was struggling defensively coming in, they certainly didn't get any better in this one. Although Allen, a lot of penalties, 9 penalties for 100 yards in this one. And I think really their jerseys, you look good, play good. I think Allen was repping some of the nicer jerseys I've seen them wear this year.
Is that the all gray?
The greats, and it's not a great match with the whites the Jesuits was wearing, but I like them.
Last week with the all blue just looks so
You like the all blue? And it was like the light blue. Allen's got some sick unis, man.
Well, I mean, it's hard to not look good when you're putting up numbers and winning games like that. Another pick off there. They just know how to force turnovers, and they can return it as well. Look at that, going sideline to sideline, just eating up yardage, and that's just kind of what Allen does. Allen Gonna Allen, I guess.
That's what I love about him, man. Very well-balanced team. Every Saturday you look at the stat sheet, it's never one.
They show up, right?
They show up, but the thing is, it's not like 340 yards passing and 2 yards rushing.
No, you got Keldon Newton on the ground. You got Grant Tisdale and Theo Weiss, that outstanding connection, and plus a lot of other stars that are sprinkled in there. And they do it on the offensive and defensive lines. I mean, that's really the key for them. It makes it a lot easier for these skilled players to look good when you're dominant in the trenches, and they are on both sides of the football.
Tisdale and Weiss, what is that, the law firm?
The law firm.
The law firm.
I'm sure they only had to play the first half tonight.
Yeah, probably.
That's
so.
my guess.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Guys, let's run through some of these other games pretty quickly because we're getting right up on the clock for overtime here in week number 8. Keller Fossil Ridge trailing South Lake Carroll. We talked about how South Lake Carroll's a second-half team. 47-19 is that score, or 40-19, excuse me, is that score. 423 yards total for South Lake Carroll as they continue to put down the hammer on these opposing teams.
Yeah, the Dragons came out and definitely kicked the Panthers in the pocket. They did that. I mean, we said at the beginning of the show that they had to start fast. They did. They scored 17 points first half, and then they turned right back around and just poured it on. Not the game that the Panthers were anticipating. This was definitely one of those games that they thought they would have some success in. Not so much. Brandon Lewis, Mr. Everything for the Panthers, didn't have a really good showing today, only 79 yards against the Dragons.
Yeah, not a good showing
but
at all.
You know what? They took care of business. They did what they're supposed to do. And that second half mantra, boy, does it ever live. So very strong with the Dragon Bunch.
Yeah.
I don't know what Dodge says to them at half, but it's even if they're playing all right at half, in the first half, the second half, whoop, adios, boys.
All right, got some 4A scores for you. How about Melissa and Salina? I thought there was no way Salina loses this football game at home. Well, it has gone final 28-21. Melissa with the road win, 461 yards. We talked about that offense. That was one of the things we led the show off with when talking about this matchup, and Melissa gets it done against the Bobcats on the road.
Big win for Melissa, and it started all with Jabari Young, the big 90-yard touchdown pass from Brendan Lewis. And they just kept pouring it on. Only one score in the fourth quarter, went in tied at 21, back and forth, and then Brendan Lewis with a 9-yard touchdown run. Ultimately, the go-ahead score there for Melissa. So an outstanding season for the Cardinals continues. Big statement win over the Bobcats.
Sticking with Paris and Argyle, or sticking with 4A, I should say, going to Paris and Argyle. Argyle had a lead early. Paris fought back. And now the Eagles lead it 31-20. Paris is driving, though, and they have a chance to maybe put up some points here in just a minute. We'll see if that score changes anytime soon. But overall, Argyle with another good lead, and if they can get the ball back and at least put up maybe a field goal or something, they should have a win as there's about 5 minutes remaining in that football game. Going to your boys, Plano East. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Have you looked at it?
Nope.
Okay, I'm pulling it up right now.
I know. We know it was 20-0 at half. We know it was 20-0 at half.
Plano East with the loss.
They lost.
It's over.
Plano got the dub.
Plano got the dub. It's final after an embarrassment of a loss last week where they lost to one of the worst teams in the entire area, and they just could not get anything going at all. They lost to McKinney, who hadn't won a single game. Sound familiar, Zach?
Yeah, well, you know what, dude? They just beat Plano East.
41-19.
We run the city. We run the city. That's a
41-19.
sweep. West and East. Bye-bye. Plano, whatever happens in the playoffs, I don't care. They're the best team in the city of Plano. A huge win for the Wildcats to keep their playoff hopes alive. McCullough said, Jadon, that is, they were a dog in the corner fighting to get out.
Turns out they were a pit bull.
Man, they're winning that fight tonight. I got to get Kelton Reed on the show now. We got to get Kelton in.
You were firing your coach last week.
Yeah, you were.
Yeah, he was.
I'm not saying that that's not something
okay.
Oh, all right.
to look into.
Let's look into it later.
Big win for Plano tonight. That's what we're talking about.
Yo, we need to get your boy, the DB coach, on the line.
We'll try and get Kelton on.
That Plano offense, or the
Brandon
Plano
Mallory.
East.
Brandon Mallory still with a pretty good outing, 269 yards, 3 touchdowns. But your boy Kelton Reed, his secondary forced 3 interceptions against one of the state's best quarterbacks. So congratulations, Plano Wildcats getting it done in a big, big time win. How about Rowlett and Wiley?
Unbelievable.
How about this game?
What a game, man. What a complete upset. The name to remember for tonight for the Wiley Pirates is going to be Rashad Dixon. This kid has got to be sore. He's going to need an ice bath tonight and tomorrow. 237 yards passing and 133 yards rushing. 5 touchdowns on the night, guys.
42-28 final score. Wiley over Rowlett. It's the first loss of the season.
Yeah, for the Rowlett Eagles.
For the Rowlett Eagles. Man, and
must
Wiley
have been reading that clipping.
We talked about it. Zach and I were kind of talking about it earlier. This is a rivalry game.
Should have been a pick'em game, darn it.
Should have been a pick'em game. I probably would have picked Wiley, honestly.
Yeah, Wiley at home is just, and they've been playing well within that.
They have been.
That's their 3rd straight win right now. They're also one of those teams. Started the season off slow.
Started the season off slow. How about a team that started the season off very quickly? Frisco, Lone Star. Their 1 loss of the season, of course, to Highland Park, 10-7, a hard-fought game. Well, no longer a 1-loss team because the Colony from Toyota Stadium gets the job done. 21-14 final score. And we'll take a look at some of the highlights as we talk about this game. But the Colony and the Cougars trying to prove themselves inside District 5A, and they do so with a statement win over Frisco Lone Star. 21 points, most any team has been able to put up on the board against that Lone Star defense all year long.
Yeah, man, the Colony offense, we knew they were good coming in, but they really showed it today running the ball. And Frisco Lone Star didn't score their first points until the second half. And the problem for Lone Star is quarterback Julian Landry had 2 interceptions. And that's just, you can't do that. When you have a great defense like that, you just need your quarterback to sort of manage the game. Don't turn the ball over. Don't lose this game for us. That sort of happened offensively for Frisco Lone Star tonight. But for the Colony, man, we talked about him coming in. Miles Price, he had a day, 114 yards rushing, 2 touchdowns, and Jaden Abdallah, he had another touchdown as well. And those were the guys coming in that we talked about. You know, Mikey Harrington, who's thrown the ball really well all season, 1,400 yards coming into the game. He didn't really do much. The Lone Star passing, the pass defense for Lone Star was really good, but rushing, man, 206 yards for the Colony, and the 2-headed monster with Price and Abdallah really did the thing. But the turnovers and being able to run the ball for the Colony is what did it.
A young team in Frisco Lone Star. I mean, mostly riddled sophomores and juniors. So this is another team that
they're showing it too this year.
Absolutely, and they're going to be a battle-tested team next year.
Yeah, they will be.
Yeah, they definitely are. But one of the big things we've kind of talked about is, at least over the last 5 games, anybody seen a little bit of a trend? Melissa, upset over Salina. Plano, upset over Plano East. Wiley, upset over Rowlett. Colony, upset over Lone Star and McKinney North. What happened here? Not so much of an upset. 52-37. This game just went final, and McKinney North getting the job done at home. West Mesquite put up a little bit of a fight here. This was one of our pick'em games, I believe, as 52-37. Just an outstanding this was not one of our pick'em games, excuse me, but another good outing from a team that put up 90 points the week before.
Yeah, man, and they put up a lot of offense. Both teams put up a lot of offense tonight, but the rushing attack for McKinney North, 403 yards on the ground, and a lot of that is their quarterback, Cameron Constantine. He ended up getting the start today. He ran for 160 yards, but Hunter Shea at running back, 219 yards on the day, 3 touchdowns, and man, when you're running the ball that well, you're going to be a tough team to stop, and when your quarterback can run that way, 580 total yards. There's Constantine right there, getting a big chunk of that, but when you run the ball that well, you're going to be a tough team to stop.
Yeah, and McKinney North hasn't been stopped. I mean, that was a big thing for West Mesquite, just not being able to get that stop.
Couple more games we got to get through before overtime. Haltom currently up 28-14 against Abilene and the Eagles. That game definitely not over with yet. There's still a lot of time left. There must have been a delay or something in that game because there's still 7 minutes left in the third quarter in that game where Abilene could potentially have it. However, Haltom does have the football. They had that big 85-yard touchdown earlier. Aledo and Cleburne. Anybody have an update on that score just yet?
Yeah, it's 56-13. Aledo is all over Cleburne.
Goodness gracious. That's a Cleburne team that's 5-1.
Yeah,
oh, man.
It just goes to show you how darn good Chase McClellan and Aledo are.
Wow, that's unbelievable. Arlington and Arlington Martin. This is a matchup. Really, you look at Arlington coming in, and a lot of people had them high up. What's the score on this one?
24-18. Arlington is right now up on Arlington Martin. So Martin with that 18-14 lead into the half. Arlington has come out and done what they needed to do so far in this second. Still a lot of time left. 10:36 left to go in the fourth quarter. That was one of our 7:30 kickoffs. So there's time for the Warriors, but we're in a dogfight here for the Battle of Arlington.
The team that Haltom knocked off last week, Euless Trinity, that game's now gone final, and I thought Weatherford may have had a chance. They didn't. 38-7 was the final score. Euless Trinity over Weatherford on the road. Unfortunate for the Kangaroos. That's probably the last time. We'll probably say it one more time whenever we run back through these scores. But Trinity able to answer after a loss last week. Cedar Hill looking to do the same thing against Mansfield Lake Ridge. 42-17 is that score. Of course, we talked about Chandler Rogers going out in that ball game earlier, and we'll talk to Guy Frazier afterwards to see if maybe he returned to that football game or not. Remember how we talked about Duncanville and that defense, Heckma, and how there was a chance that they just weren't showing up as much? It was 21-7. Not really a blowout for Duncanville and the Panthers. Well, they're up 42-7 in that ball game now.
Strong words from Coach Samples.
Ooh, yeah, somebody lit a fire.
Strong words.
Yeah, they
somebody lit a fire.
Pierce, man.
Yeah, Rockwall and the Orange Jackets, as Eric likes to call them, they're up 44-10 over North Mesquite. So that game not going super well for North Mesquite. And then finally, a game we talked about earlier, Highland Park and Samuel. Highland Park all over Samuel with just under 30 seconds left in that ball game. 49-0 is the Spartans losing to the Scots. But we got plenty more coming up for you here on Whataburger Friday Night Stars. We're from the Star in Frisco, Texas. Dallas Cowboys Headquarters, Texas high school football merging together in what is a beautiful harmony. Mr. Heckma Harrison, Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo, I'm Kyle Yeomans. We'll see you here in just a moment for Friday Night Stars Overtime.
In a world where a young family embarks on an incredible journey, a son gets lost in an epic film. A father wills his team to victory, while a mother tries to talk to her daughter, who is posting online at a rate she has never seen until now. With high-speed Wi-Fi, free live TV and movies, there's something for everyone. Download the American app, and the best in entertainment travels with you.
Nothing works up my thirst for an ice-cold Pepsi Cola like getting buckets. Whether I'm breaking ankles or breaking hearts.
Hey, Drew.
It always brings the refreshment, and I've been drinking it a long time.
Hey, Drew, how old are you anyway?
Man. Doesn't matter. Uncle Drew, in theaters, June 29th. Future tastes good.
Hey football fans, check this out. It's called FanTag, the easiest way to get video highlights from all of your games. As a parent, I know the value of capturing our kids' special moments on video. FanTag makes it easy to relive a memory or share it with family, friends, and recruiters. Download the FanTag app, and on game day, find your event and get instant highlights delivered right to your phone. So never miss a moment. Try FanTag today. It's free.
This is Academy Sports and Outdoors. We offer a huge sports and outdoors selection of top name brand gear like you've never seen. All at low prices like you've never seen. Because we're a sports and outdoor store like you've never seen. Visit us in store or at academy.com for the guaranteed lowest prices. Academy Sports and Outdoors, for all for less.
Little ideas can turn into big dreams. Big dreams require careful planning and the right partner. A partner dedicated to helping you take care of your employees, protect your business, and plan for the future. It's sometimes overwhelming. It's often exciting. It's your story, and we can help. SWBC.
Today at Whataburger, we're cooking the sweet and spicy bacon burger.
The sweet and spicy bacon burger is my all-time favorite.
I love this burger. It's just perfect.
2 beef patties, 2 different types of cheese, caramelized onions. My favorite thing about this burger is the sweet and spicy pepper sauce and the bacon. You get it in every bite.
Nothing beats this.
The sweet and spicy bacon burger is an all-time favorite at Whataburger.
That's happiness.
You want to bring the heat? Prove it. With carbs to help fuel muscles. And electrolytes to help replace what you lose in sweat. Studied, tested, proven. Nothing beats Gatorade.
On a forbidden Fansville by Dr. Pepper.
Ramon, we can't.
But Julia,
We're rivals.
I can love you and still hate your overrated school.
We have 2 different defensive philosophies. You're a base 4-3 cover 2, and I'm an
aggressive 3-4 with press coverage. I get it, but we both love Dr. Pepper.
Oh, Ramon.
Touchdown, State! Yes! In your face!
Dr. Pepper, the official drink of Fansville.
This is Whataburger Friday Night Stars, presented by Game On Sports, live from the Star in Frisco, Texas, and the Dallas Cowboys Headquarters. Here's Kyle Yeomans, Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo, and Heckma Harrison.
Week number 8 of the Texas high school football season, show number 8, overtime number 8, here from Whataburger Friday Night Stars. We're live from the Star in Frisco. Everybody, thank you for joining us as we continue our coverage of Texas high school football in the North Texas area. Kyle Yeomans here alongside Heckma Harrison, Zach Wolchuk, and Eric Chiafalo. Guys, we've got a lot to get to because we have had so much going on throughout the entire area of Texas high school football. Guys, let's start things off with the Colony and Frisco Lone Star. These are 2 5-1 teams inside the 5A District 1 or District Division 1. We thought there was no chance that the Colony could really pull this game off, correct? Maybe, not so much. 21-14, the final score. Frisco Lone Star shut down, and the Colony gets the job done. We've got Jackson Donovan on the phone. Jackson was at this ball game from Toyota Stadium, and we get some highlights as we talk to Jackson. But Jackson, first off, that defense from Lone Star, we looked at it going in and said, hey, this is one of the best teams defensively in the entire 5A ranks, but nonetheless, the Colony was able to put up 21 points on them. How was that possible?
It was a little bit of a shock to me that they were able to pull off the 21 points. However, they were sound defensively all night long. They never gave up too many big games. They had the one long touchdown to end the game to end up giving up the game winner. But other than that, the only thing that the Colony was able to get is a couple dink and dunks. Before that, I think their longest play of the game was maybe 15 yards.
Jackson, how impressive was Miles Price? We talked about him coming into the game offensively for the Colony. He's kind of their do-it-all guy, rushing and receiving, and he did it mostly on the ground tonight with 84 yards and 2 touchdowns. How impressive was he going up against that Studley Lone Star defense?
Miles Price was absolutely the game changer in this one. Jaden Abdallah was the leading rusher for the Colony coming into this game. He went down and kind of struggled early in this game. He went down with an apparent right knee injury, and Miles Price stepped in and took over the reins, never missed a beat, and he was the reason the Colony was able to pull this one out.
Jackson, Zach Wolchuk with you. I'd like to talk about the Colony defense in this one. We know that Frisco Lone Star struggled a little bit, but forcing Julian Larry into a couple interceptions. Well, what did the Colony defense do to give them so many problems?
It started up with the front four. Julian Larry was under pressure all night long. The defensive line for the Colony never gave him a moment to breathe. He was scrambling all night long. In fact, it even changed the game plan for Lone Star moving into the second half. They had a lot more designed quarterback runs instead of having Julian Larry try to find a receiver on a 10-yard out or a post. They didn't have time for him to take a step back, do a 3-step or 4-step drop, and try and find a receiver. So they had to completely change their game plan in the second half, and that was all because of the Colony's front four.
Yeah, definitely so. A big-time win for the Colony at Toyota Stadium. Jackson, thanks so much for joining us, and we'll talk to you again next week.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, big win for the Colony as they defeat Frisco Lone Star. One that we didn't necessarily think about, but overall, the Colony gets it done nonetheless. So with that being said, a game that we might have expected this outcome, Allen and Jesuit. Allen 43, Jesuit 14. Another dominant performance from the #1 team in the state of Texas. We've got Ashley Pickle, hardest working woman in sports, on the line. And Ashley, another rainy day, but you didn't get any delays to work with. However, it was a blowout of a game, and Allen took care of business.
Yeah, no, you're completely right. So it did kind of quit raining actually in the third quarter. So I got to take my hood off, and man, it was like I was living the high life.
There you go.
But no, I mean, I was actually kind of impressed with Jesuit how they came out in the second half. They got an early touchdown thanks to E.J. Smith. He got another one in the third quarter. So, you know, after the first quarter, very impressed. Score tied 0-0. Absolute lockdown defense from that front line for Jesuit's defense. It was very impressive. And then going into the second, then Allen's up 23-0 at half. So you're thinking, okay, this one's really going to get away from them. But Jesuit put up a pretty good fight there in the third and fourth, and obviously came out short. But it at least got a little bit exciting there towards the end.
Ashley, how long into the game did the starters play for Allen? Talking about Tisdale and Weiss and some of those guys offensively in particular, did they play most of the second half, or did they pull them early?
They played most of the second half, ended up pulling them in the fourth, so they made it most of the way out. But yeah, no, they pulled them in the fourth. Probably a smart decision on their play.
Hey, Ashley, this is Heckma. Thank you again for working so hard for us. You know we appreciate you.
Heck was my favorite. I like him.
Say it again. Say it again, Ashley.
Heck is my favorite.
It is. Hey, I gotta ask you, Ashley, the defense for Allen doesn't get enough recognition, but you can tell just by looking at the stat sheet that these guys played lights out. Talk about their performance tonight.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I said that last week, especially with the Plano West game being more of a competitive matchup between the two teams than tonight was. But their defense is it's phenomenal. They've got a fantastic defensive line that never fails to put pressure on the quarterback. Actually, the Jesuit quarterback was hurt in the second quarter, Kevin Schumann, and never came back into the game. So they put a lot of pressure on him, had an unbelievable sack that turned into an interception there at the late part of the second quarter. So they are all over that backfield. They do a phenomenal job stopping the run, and then very good sized defensive backs as well to really stop any big pass plays. You never really see a long pass play scored against Allen.
Ashley Pickle from Allen and Jesuit. Thanks so much for joining us again, Ashley. Great work as always, and we'll talk to you again 2 weeks from now, because guess what? She's on the North Texas football homecoming court
How about that?
For the University of North Texas.
Way to go.
Well, enjoy that, Pickle.
Hashtag
Congratulations.
Hashtag vote Pickle. Congratulations. We're cheering for you for homecoming court. She does have duties next week, so we don't have Pickle next week, unfortunately.
What are we gonna do?
But
we're in a pickle.
Yeah, we're in trouble.
We're in a little bit of a pickle in that regard. But
Jeez.
she's outstanding. I think she's already off the line. But overall, Pickle's going to be a great asset to this team moving forward. But not next week, unfortunately. But she is going to be doing some pretty important stuff. Now, with that being said, Pickle's still not the star of the night, unfortunately, even though she is on the homecoming court for North Texas. Caden Davis again.
Unbelievable.
Again.
He did it again.
Down 23-21. Let's take a look at this. This is on the fan tag cam off of Twitter. A Marauder fan from Flower Mound Marcus decided to tweet out this footage, and we're going to take advantage of it while we can from the public domain. And if we can get this thing to start up, maybe we can play this. There it goes. Kick from 51 yards out to win it, just barely squeaking inside the uprights. That was when they were down 23-21, winning it over Flower Mound Marcus, 24-23 final score. Caden Davis does it again. And we've got one of the public address announcers from that game. Marcus Allen is on the line. Marcus, first off, thank you so much for joining us here on Whataburger Friday Night Stars. We're glad to have you. And just kind of describe the atmosphere when Caden Davis kicked that thing through the uprights.
No problem. Thank you guys for having me. I tell you what, when we were down, when they missed an extra point earlier in the game, I told our guys in the booth, I said, man, we are set up for a dramatic finish. And sure enough, with 37 seconds remaining to go in the game, Caden Davis lines up for a 51-yarder, and just like he does in his sleep probably, he put it through there.
Yeah, how confidence building is that? Like, as a fan, you're just watching Coppell football, and well, we got Caden Davis coming out here. Did you just know he's Mr. Automatic?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. And, and not to rain on his parade, he missed a 53-yarder earlier in the game, but just barely. And so, it's just wide left. But anytime we get on the plus side of the 50, we think we're in his range, so.
What a stud, Caden Davis. He makes them when it counts, though, right? So that's all that matters. But I want to ask you about Jonathan McGill. We talked to him about him tonight. Actually, Zach, it was his player to watch. We know he just committed to SMU, but what is it like? You get to watch him on a pretty regular basis, and he had a 34-yard touchdown pass in the fourth quarter that propelled them to a nice fourth quarter and obviously the comeback victory. Talk to us about Jonathan McGill, just offensively and defensively, how dynamic he is and what a joy he is to watch.
Yes, Jonathan McGill, he's a special player. So I've been doing the PA for Coppell for this is my 8th season, and he has been a player on varsity since his sophomore year. And by player, I mean he's been on the field making plays since his sophomore year. But he's truly a special kid, a good leader, a tremendous leader on the team. And it's fun to watch. It's really fun to watch. He makes plays. On offense, he makes plays on defense, he makes plays on special teams. Really fun to watch.
There he is, Marcus Allen, PA announcer for the Coppell Cowboys. Marcus, thanks so much again for joining us. We'll talk to you again soon, man.
Absolutely. Take care, guys.
All righty, there he goes. Another great game, and the Cardiac Cowboys all over it again. And, man, Caden Davis, the legend grows.
Something special, man.
I don't believe he missed a field goal. I'm just
we just look over that one.
Yeah, we look
definitely overlook that one.
Yeah.
53 yards.
53 yards. That's a chip shot. There's no way he missed that.
No big deal.
High schooler. Look at us with disappointment.
Well, the best part about that is it's 53 yards. He misses it, and everyone in the stands is surprised. Like, what?
52 yards, game on the line.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
Money.
Yeah, money. And you know who else was money? And, guys, I think we're going to take a step back. Eric, Heckma, and myself. We're going to give the spotlight and the floor to Mr. Zach Wolchuk, Plano High graduate, Plano High alum, Plano High enthusiast.
Most of
you guys get the win, and we've got Kelton Reed on the phone right now here on Whataburger Friday Night Stars. Kelton, thanks so much for joining us. I'm not even going to ask a question because I'm going to let Zach Wolchuk take things over and really drive the bus for the next couple of minutes.
Kelton's matchup, and the four of us here at the table, including myself, I'm going to be 100% honest, really did not give our Plano Wildcats a ton of credit coming into this one tonight. And the season series, it's really tight. Plano now 19-17-1. Your secondary, man, you went out there and played really well, at least from our perspective, looking at the statistics here. Talk about what it was like against Brandon Mallory and that explosive East offense. What did you guys see on tape that you were able to take advantage of defensively?
Big things that we saw that they like to take shots deep down the field. We developed a scheme this week to pretty much make sure we had saw everything in front of us, make sure they were having to check down. We were okay with them hitting slants and hitches, little 10, 8-yard routes, things like that. We didn't want them to be able to take a big shot down on us tonight. And we were able to counteract those deep shots with making a play on the ball tonight, and I gave all the credit to my DBs tonight for that.
Looking to the offensive side of the ball, coming into the game, we said if Plano's going to do anything offensively, they got to get it to Kyron Cumbie. Obviously, we know Plano East and their defense knew that, but Cumbie went off and had a great night. What were they doing offensively that were able to get him the ball? Because everybody knew he was the guy getting it.
Like you said, everybody knows that Kyron's going to be getting the ball, and he's just a talented player. But I feel like we had a few good key blocks by our receivers outside and by our linemen to really just bring him open. And one thing I kind of noticed was we kind of slowed the tempo down a little bit to kind of eat the clock away, keep their potent offense off of the field. And when you're able to move the ball and kill the clock at the same time and get points, it's going to be a beautiful thing for you.
Kellen, before we let you go, man, I just got to say again, congratulations. We are city champions yet again. Big wins over West, big wins over East. We know y'all have been a program that we've kind of struggled a little bit this year. This is a big win, a game that a lot of people didn't think Plano would get. Confidence-wise, moving forward, the rest of the way, big games against Jesuit, against Boyd. Do you think that you guys, Plano, can propel this into a run here to end the year, stack some wins to try and claim that fourth and final playoff spot in district?
I don't see why not. We have the talent, we have the kids to definitely do it. We just have to start believing in ourselves, know we're capable of playing, and kind of set an expectation level for ourselves and know that you got to come out every week like this and put it all together in all three phases of the game. And when you're able to do that, good things happen for you. So, yeah.
Kelton Reed, defensive back coach for the victorious Plano Wildcats. Kelton, congratulations. Thanks so much for joining us.
Hey, thank you for having me, and it feels good tonight, fellas. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
We know that's going to be a fun town to be in, at least on the Plano side of things.
Central side of things, no doubt about it.
Not on the east.
Huge win.
Yeah, I love that when you talk to coaches, man, they really kind of examine the whole game and tell you, like, hey, we were good in every facet of the game. And obviously that's what Plano has, and they need to do that week in and week out. But we all know who has their number.
Allen?
McKinney.
Oh, geez, yeah, McKinney does.
Why you got to be a damper on things?
Because did you see the love wins he just had right there? I had to bring him back.
These guys just got to bring it down. Look, next week's a tough game. They got Jesuit at home. We'll see what happens there. If Kevin Schumann's out, that helps Plano's chances. But huge win for Plano. I mean, they deserve this one tonight. No matter what's happened this year. It's been a rough year for the Plano Wildcats. I mean, we didn't even think that this game would play out the way it did. But 41-19. Congratulations, Plano. You earned this one tonight. I'm proud of y'all.
Yeah, they definitely did earn it. An outstanding win for the Plano Wildcats as they continue to try and rebound from that. I'm not going to go back into the McKinney loss. Let's go down some of these other games that we've talked about already, but we want to hit again. We're going to skip the TAPS level for now because we have Nick Laupius calling in here in just a moment. But Frisco Reedy and Denton Braswell. Frisco Reedy overall, a team that's been so dominant at the level so far, at the 5A level. But, man, they do it again tonight. 40-14 over Denton Braswell. Not very surprising, but it was dominant. You look at the rushing yards for Braswell overall.
Yeah, for Braswell, it just wasn't their kind of night. And when you're down that much early on, you really can't utilize your run game. You've got to go ahead and try and make plays happen over the top. They really had one that worked all night early in the football game, and then they got an 85-yard kickoff return for a touchdown late in that fourth quarter to give them their other score. But Reedy, I mean, they're doing it on every single aspect of the field. Offense, defense, their special teams is playing well. Their field goal kicking is outstanding. Reedy 8-0, 7-0 in district.
You got to say his name again. Your guy, Foskey.
Foskey.
Josh Foskey.
Got it done.
It's time we started recognizing him and this Frisco Reedy team as one of the powerhouses this year in Texas high school football. I don't think Foskey did much in the second half because he didn't have to. Pedestrian stat line for him, 253 yards and a couple of touchdown passes. Michael Ferrara, your Italian brother, Mr. Chiafalo.
Absolutely.
77 yards, a couple of touchdowns on the ground. It was a long night for Denton Braswell, but Reedy, give him credit, taking care of business.
Yeah, man, Reedy is a good team, well-balanced offensively, and just as a team, they play really good defense and really good offense. Not many teams can say that.
Not flying under the radar anymore, guys.
I think
definitely making a name for themselves.
People know who Frisco Reedy are.
Yeah, for people are starting to figure it out. If they haven't already, they need to know about Frisco Reedy. Same thing about Denton Geyer, though. They got another big win tonight. Geyer over Keller in a district matchup that was really with some playoff implications about it. Zach, tell us about that one.
Yeah, I mean, this one coming in, I think ideally all of us looked at this and said, wow, this is one of the best games of Friday night. Denton Geyer coming in. They're playing really good football. Got back on track 2-1 in district. Then Keller. Only loss in district play to South Lake Carroll, both of them. But Keller's only loss in the season was to South Lake Carroll. Offensively, you talk about Sloan Henry for Keller, Eli Stowers at quarterback for Geyer, but it was about those running backs, Enoch and Chobo for Keller and Kadrick Cobbs for Geyer. And Cobbs was the man who took this one on his back, grinded it out late in the fourth quarter. Big win for Geyer, 31-17. And guys, this one's a final. I can say I told you so on this one.
Well, you did. You said it last night, and, the same thing applies, man, with Geyer. The confidence continues to build with Stowers at quarterback, and you just see that team just getting more pumped up for a playoff run. I'm disappointed for the Keller Indians simply because they opened the game with Nchobo scoring, but Kadrick Cobbs comes right back, scores, and then they just put it on from there.
Yeah.
So, I mean, obviously their first loss, but I look for them now to try and rebound from that loss.
And this is the season for Kadrick Cobbs right now when it's cold, it's wet, it's rainy. He's not the guy that as a defensive player you're really excited to tackle about. You're not really excited to tackle this guy. When it's cold and wet, he's the guy to give it to. When your quarterback Eli Stowers coming off a really nice game, has a poor game, you still run the ball well and get the win.
Yeah, no doubt. And for Keller next up, they got Byron Nelson, who just had their first win of the season, but that should be a game that Keller can right the ship, get back on the win column. And for Denton Geyer, you're looking at a game with Northwest Eaton on Thursday night. That's really big-time district matchup. If Titus Sweden plays for Eaton, that's a pick-em kind of game right there. Two teams that want to run the football. They both got stout defenses. That'll be a fun one on Thursday night.
One of the games that we didn't have as a pick-em game because it was a 7 o'clock start time, but it was just across the hallway at the Ford Center, Independence and Wakeland. This ended up turning into quite the football game overall as Independence fought back. Wakeland got up on top first, and the Wakeland Wolverines end up getting it done again over the Knights of Independence just across the hallway. We've got some highlights on the fan tag cam that we'll run through here in just a moment, but overall the running game was there for Independence, but the turnovers end up costing them big.
Yeah, man, they had every chance to win this game, and they just turned the ball over way too many times. One time in the red zone, and that's just not going to be a good thing for you. So credit to Wakeland coming out there, capitalizing on the turnovers, and they looked sharp while they did it. Oh, look at there.
Oh.
Student section.
The Sousaphones.
Sousaphones.
Yeah, you were about to say tubas, weren't you?
I know, yeah.
I bet you were. Yeah, the running game was there, but there's another turnover inside the red zone. Fumbled it, picked up by Wakeland, and it was really that kind of story all night long, and then Wakeland made them pay. I don't know why, but that number 34 reminds me of somebody in that Navy jersey and the Auburn type uniforms. I'm not going to say anybody. Oh, what was it?
Is that Bo? Bo Jackson?
Bo Jackson maybe in the uniform?
Maybe is that who you're going for?
Yeah, I mean 34 and it looks like Auburn.
Right,
why not? I mean, it's not that crazy. There's a pickoff and that was actually it is just Bo Jackson, no big deal. And this is Wakeland just kind of taking things over and figuring things out on their end. Overall, Wakeland with a big-time win, a happy crowd in hand at the Ford Center as we do move on from this matchup. Hebron, Flower Mound. Flower Mound trying to look for their first playoff berth since 2010. They had a tight matchup with Hebron. This was close earlier. We didn't get a final. This is the first time we've recorded the final, and Hebron drops it late. Flower Mound wins the ball game. Oh my goodness. What went on here, guys?
Pierce Hudgens. Told you it was going to be late.
No big deal, Pierce
Hutchins. I mean, no, really, it came down to a Reed touchdown, 26-yard pass from Blake Short. And Flower Mound is just a team that has week in and week out proven that they know how to win. They're going to show you how they're going to win. Look, Hebron is a team that's great as well. Trajan Bridges showed up tonight and showed out, definitely. But Flower Mound, guys, that is another team. We need to mark them, like with Reedy, that are just quietly going about their business, winning games, scoring 40 points a night. Well, not so much tonight, but they're averaging right at about 37 and playing good football.
Outstanding for Blake Short, 5 touchdowns on the night, 1 pick. And if you look at that, just the statistics there, 2 turnovers for Flower Mound compared to just 1 for Hebron. They lose the turnover battle. They get outgained on the ground as well. In a rainy night, you think, all right, we're going to be -1 in the turnover battle. We're going to get outrushed by Hebron. But we're going to win the football game. And they just had an answer every single time. Big play for Hebron, here comes Flower Mound. Big play for Hebron, here comes Flower Mound. Give the Jags a lot of credit. They deserved it tonight.
Well, and if you saw the first downs, 28-15.
Yeah.
And that
statistically
just shows
lost the football game, but won it on the scoreboard.
Yep. Yeah, definitely so. And they're looking pretty good in that district, at least as of right now. Flower Mound looks like a team that's in control of their district destiny and a team that could really kind of make some things happen. I'm trying to pull up the standings here as we take a look at it. They are atop the standings, 3-1 at home, 2-1 on the road. They're 5-2 overall, but they're 5-2. Coppell now at 5-2. Louisville at 5-2. And then you have Marcus and Hebron tied in that mix right there.
Well, in Flower Mound's last 2 games, they've got Marcus next Friday, and then they're at Coppell. So 2 road games to end the year at Marcus and Coppell for Flower Mound.
So it's not over just yet, but they do have a pretty good point differential, plus 93 in that category. Just absolutely something crazy to talk about in terms of really Flower Mound trying to end that long drought of what they were able to or unable to do for the last couple of seasons. And now we've got one of the games or one of the teams that's also kind of a Cinderella story, Haltom and the Buffaloes. Let's take a look at that game really quickly as they end up with a final score 28-14. Even though Abilene tried late, scored 7 in the third, 7 in the fourth, Haltom ends up with the win. Michael Black, the quarterback, ends up with another notch under his belt. We'll take a look at some highlights, but we've also got Luke Trujillo, I believe. I'm butchering that last name, Luke. I'm sorry about it. First week on the job, and you get to go see Michael Black of the Haltom Buffaloes throw the rock around. Luke, thanks for joining us here on Whataburger Friday Night Stars. Tell me that last name, but then also tell us about this matchup.
Well, my last name is Trujillo, but that doesn't really matter.
Okay.
It was an awesome game to see him just lead that Buffalo team. He had so much confidence in the pocket, especially on that botched snap that went back like 10 yards on their own 15-yard line, and then they just turned it into a touchdown like that. And it was really awesome to see like that Buffalo magic. I don't know what's happened to them, but I like it.
Mr. Trujillo, we like it too. Now, we have been seeing clips of this kid, Mike Black. You've gotten an opportunity to see him with your own eyes. Just following up on the question that Kyle just asked you, is this kid as electric in person as he is looking at him on the television?
Oh, definitely. His physical presence, it's not the biggest you'll ever see, but he can definitely dodge those tackles and make something out of nothing, and that's the magic right there.
Awesome, man.
Yeah. I know that Michael Black is everything for this Haltom offense, but that defense tonight, shut out in the first half, holding Abilene to just 14 total points. How about that Haltom D?
Yeah, it was really great to see that secondary was really holding their own with the 2 interceptions. They almost had a third in the second half, but one got called back for a targeting penalty. But yeah, that defense was solid the whole game. They had, a couple of drives where they gave up some easy touchdowns, but besides that, they were very consistent, and that pressure was also very present. The quarterback for Abilene was not comfortable at all, I could tell. He was always scrambling or trying to make a pass just to make a pass work that really could not. And, that defense was very impressive.
Well, Luke, thanks again for joining us here on Whataburger Friday Night Stars. We're glad to have you as a part of the team for the first time. Glad you got a good game to go to. We'll see you again next week, man.
All right. Thank you guys so much.
Luke Trujillo. Is that how you say it?
Trujillo.
Okay, so it's like an H in there. Okay, I'm going to write that down.
Just butchered that. Me just stabbed that man's last name.
It's my bad. That's on me. I should have asked before.
His last name just bled out on there.
That's my bad. I'm going to own it.
Kill Bill style.
I'm going to own it while I have a chance.
Finish him.
Overall, Haltom with another big win. Keller, Fossil Ridge, South Lake Carroll. This game did not end up being as close as we kind of hoped it would be. The Dragons continue to roll in their undefeated season. They had some close calls earlier. This was not one of those close calls, gentlemen.
No, not tonight. I mean, look, it came down to TJ McDaniels. I mean, just shutting the door on this victory. We said it at the beginning of the show. Look, they got to start fast. They did that. Well, I say they got to start fast, but they scored 16, 17 points in the first half. They came out in the third and fourth and just poured in the pudding, guys. And they ran right off from this one. 47-26, great game. Riley Dodge is obviously at halftime making adjustments, but he knows that, look, these guys are definitely against the more upper echelon teams that they're going to be facing in the playoffs. He can't give that much room for error in the first half.
No question.
Not at all. And R.J. Mickens had a big game receiving. 9 catches, 126 yards, and a touchdown. So, hey, South Lake Carroll, we talked about that Fossil Ridge off defense a lot, and they can play over there. So I think what they were able to do really had their way with them through the air and on the ground. Very impressive day for that offense over at South Lake Carroll.
Yeah, that offense continues to roll. How about Melissa and Salina? We'll go look at the little guys a little bit as Melissa gets the win 28-21 over Salina. A surprising outcome, but is it really that surprising with Melissa being 4-2? On the road, maybe, but overall, that offense we saw going in had put up some pretty impressive numbers, and they continue that tonight with 461 total yards, only 2 yards over their season average.
Yeah, and both teams came in featuring outstanding running games, and you look at it for Melissa, Jabari Young, 160 yards, was held out of the end zone, but Brandon Lewis, their quarterback, did have 2 rushing touchdowns, and Logan Point did his thing for Salina. 233 yards, 3 scores. They just weren't able to make the plays through the air that Melissa ultimately was able to accomplish.
Yeah, that's exactly what really the story of that football game resulted in being. But overall, how about this game? This game's got quite the story in its own right. Parish Episcopal and Bishop Lynch. This is a game we kind of skipped earlier because we were going to have Nick Laupius on the phone. He's on the phone, but first I want to show off. This is the final drive for Bishop Lynch. At this point, Parish Episcopal is leading 27-20, and there's a 4th and long. Let's take a look at this from the fan tag cam, and final chance for Bishop Lynch to win the football game. They drop back, and instead of going just for the first down, they go for it all. Incomplete. The defense for Parish Episcopal ends up making the big stop on 4th down, and the Panthers come away with their 6th win of the season. We are now joined by Nick Laupius. Nick, thanks again for joining us as you hop off the call of this ball game. Tell us about this back-and-forth battle. Really 2 offenses that have high-powered capabilities but just really didn't find any groove, at least up until the end.
Yeah, hey, guys. It was an interesting game. The weather was actually pretty good. It stopped raining about the first quarter. So the Panthers last week when we called the game, it was pouring the first 3 quarters, and they couldn't get anything going through the air. And that ultimately was the reason they lost. Well, today, their pass game was a lot more successful. Preston Stone had, I believe, a 50-yard pass and then a 75-yard touchdown pass. And so the offense for the Panthers looked a lot better this week. And then for the Friars, it was really their run game. They didn't have they had one 20-yard pass, and that was it. But it was mostly the quarterback Salter and then Crawford III, their running back. They really did a whole lot of read options tonight, and that gave the Panthers a lot of fits. But at the end of the game, when you look at the end of the game, the biggest cause for the Panthers win, there was 5 unsportsmanlike penalties throughout the night for Bishop Lynch, which ended up giving the Panthers just great field position on their last drive to punch it home for that touchdown to get the 27-20 win.
Hey, Nick, this is Heckma, man. I got a question for you. So I got Walchuk over here all climbing down my throat about anointing Preston Stone. You were there. You watched him live. Tell me, man, is he the next coming of great quarterbacks here in North Texas?
I think he is. There was it was a 3rd down and 13 in the second quarter, and the pocket collapsed on him, and he somehow was able to kind of juke his way out of a defender and got about 20 yards on that 3rd down. So that quarterback scramble kept the drive going. They ended up scoring on that drive. And then again, he had a 50-yard pass, a 25-yard pass, and then the 75-yard touchdown pass. His running game helped him out a lot, but yeah, throughout the season, he's been phenomenal. Last game, of course, with those bad conditions, didn't really look like himself, but every other game that I've watched from him so far, yeah, I think it is safe to say that he's another one of those great quarterbacks in North Texas high school football, and he's only a sophomore.
Only a sophomore. Got a long way to go, but a big win tonight to improve to 6-1 on the season. Nick, thanks so much again for joining us. We'll talk to you again next week, man.
Thanks, guys. Have a good night.
Nick Laupie is, of course, on the phone, and we're going to go straight from that game into another one. West Mesquite, McKinney North, and the Bulldogs put up 90 points last week. They turn around, and they put up some more numbers again, winning this one 52-37. Gavin Dunaway, another first-time Friday Night Stars reporter on the call for that one, providing some great highlights. And Gavin, first off, thanks for joining us here on Whataburger Friday Night Stars. Tell us about your overall thoughts of the game and how impressive was that McKinney North offense?
Well, thank you very much for having me. Let me go ahead and let you know that it was a tremendous game for the Bulldogs yet again, especially coming off of that big win last week. Overall, in the second half, the Bulldogs really stepped up their defense as well, only allowing 2 touchdowns, and one of those was on a kickoff return. I think one of the biggest takeaways from this game for the Bulldogs was the fact that their offensive line is looking very, very good these last 2 weeks. And in terms of the Wranglers, they played a very good offensive game as well. Their defense really couldn't adjust to the big playmakers for the Bulldogs like Hunter Che, Cam Constantine, and Brandon Fraser.
Yeah, I want to talk to you about Hunter Shea because he's the workhorse for them, and he had over 200 yards rushing and 3 touchdowns tonight. How impressive is he as a runner and seemingly one of the better runners in the area?
Oh, yeah, most definitely one of the better runners in the area. On one of the drives, he had, I believe it was an 80-yard touchdown. It was amazing. He was a big workhorse for them this game. Whenever their passing game was lacking at certain points, he was always the go-to guy. If Brandon Fraser, for some reason, wasn't able to get off his tackles, Hunter Che was the guy to go to.
And what about at the quarterback position coming in? We didn't know if it was going to be Dylan Markowitz or if it was going to be Cameron Constantine. Do you have any idea what they're doing with that? It looks like Markowitz got in there and threw a touchdown pass, but he only had 2 attempts on the game. It looked like Constantine got most of the run tonight, but that hasn't been the case leading into tonight. So what's up with the quarterback situation?
In terms of that, yes, that 1 touchdown pass did look very good, but then Constantine did come in and he played very well. From his first entrance into the game, he was playing phenomenal. He was, getting out of really bad situations, and he was making plays really well. So I think Coach left him in there as he was pushing that momentum for that offense whenever Hunter Che couldn't get that run going for them.
Gavin Dunaway from West Mesquite and McKinney North. Gavin, thanks so much for joining us. We're glad to have you as a part of the team, and we'll talk to you again next week, man.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, guys.
All right, there he goes. McKinney North with another big win, 52-37. The final score there, putting up 90 points in 52 in back-to-back weeks. Yeah, not too shabby, right?
Getting it going.
That's pretty good offensive output, if you ask me, for my own opinion. This was a close game earlier. Back to the 4A level really quickly before we get back up to 5A. Argyle and Paris. You looked at Argyle early on. They led this game just by a hair heading into that later part of the fourth quarter, and they were able to hold on, tacked on a field goal. Paris did end up adding a touchdown since the last time we talked about this game, but overall, Argyle with a big-time win against a district foe in Paris that looked like they had a chance to win this ball game late.
I mean, it shows how good Paris is to have 6 turnovers and still be 1 score away at the end of the game. So, but when you turn the ball 6 times, you're just not gonna, you're not gonna win a game.
No, and Paris is a team that's beaten Melissa and they've beaten Salina, the 2 teams that we talked about earlier in 4A. So they're battle tested, but Argyle just finds a way to win, especially at home. And Bo Hogaboom, pedestrian stat line through the air, just 131 yards and a touchdown, but he got it done. It was really on the ground with Tito Bice, 155 yards and 2 scores for Argyle that allowed them to kind of control things. And credit, look, and Paris ran the football as well. Zacchaeus Jackson over 100 yards rushing and a touchdown. Kobe Savage tacked on another touchdown. But for Argyle, just a program. Some of them they win, and they just do it any way they can. Forcing the 6 turnovers definitely helps.
Well, another program in the North Texas area that all they do is win, and it seems like every week they do so, Highland Park. And they get another big win today over Samuel. And I would be safe to say it was dominating fashion, 49-0 in a dominant fashion over Samuel. And we've got Miles Dunklin on the phone, the voice of the Highland Park Scots football team. And Miles, first off from Highlander Stadium, it's nice to be back home. At least not a ton of rain, not a ton of delays, but overall the rain was brought by that Highland Park offense.
Yeah, at least there wasn't a delay tonight. We're okay with the rain. We're used to that at this point. Actually, some adjustments made at Highlander Stadium. They even had a tent for some of the players to get out of the rain. But what the big storyline tonight for Highland Park was establishing that running game, a big game tonight by Benner Page. If there's been maybe one aspect of the team that hasn't been as strong as they'd like it to be, it's been that rushing attack. Another strong game by Chandler Morris, certainly in that passing game. But good to see Benner Page get going, Hunter Heath, Bennett Brown, other players like that on the ground.
Miles, Zach, with you, that defense pitching a shutout again. I mean, what was it? Was there anything at all that Samuel could try and do to pose any contest to them offensively at all?
Samuel made some plays throughout the game. They had some good athletes on the offensive side of the ball, but the Scots really showing off their depth, missing a couple key players. In that defensive core, James Lightbourne suffering a torn ACL for the 2nd consecutive season, one of their captains starting inside linebackers, and also giving some other key players some rest on defense, but showing off some juniors, some guys that are future of the program, a young man named Patrick Turner stepping in, starting at inside linebacker tonight as a sophomore, and they were still able to get the job done, led by their extremely stout defensive line, which is loaded and deep and can just gets it done every single week.
Miles, you talked about that rushing attack for Highland Park, and they were a little bit better tonight, but they've struggled for their standard throughout this season. What do you think the reason is for that? Is it a runner issue? Is it an offensive line issue? Is it just a lack of commitment from a play calling perspective? What do you think has been the reason why the offensive, the running struggles have been there, and can they get it turned around for the playoffs?
I think absolutely they can make the adjustment. If there's anything that this team has shown under the leadership of Randy Allen is that they can make adjustments. Go back to a team like 2016 where they lost players like Kate Sostad, Scully Genevine, also Jacob Urbanzik, Jack Kosmetsky. They lost all 4 of their top playmakers. They were still able to win the state championship. So they're able to adjust. They've moved players like Bennett Brown from wide receiver to running back, and they have some sleepers at that position. Look for a guy like Hunter Heath to maybe potentially have the impact that Paxton Alexander did in 2016 as a player that can really give them a spark that maybe the masses don't know about, but they have some players that can get it done, and their offensive line is really good. Their brain trust of Randy Allen and Grayson Wells have gone 20 years of getting it done in the running game. So I believe they do have the capacity to make adjustments come time for the playoffs, and they showed it tonight.
Miles Dunklin again joining us here on Whataburger Friday Night Stars. Miles, thanks so much. We'll talk to you again next week, buddy.
All right, thanks, guys.
There he goes, Miles Dunklin. Always great to hear from him. He has so much knowledge about that Highland Park football program. He loves showing that off, and he definitely is good at what he does in terms of really being a walking encyclopedia about it, and I love hearing his stories. But moving on from that, a game that we've kind of talked about all night long, alluded to, have not actually gone over here during Whataburger Friday Night Stars overtime. Grayson Nolette was on the call for Denton Geyer and Keller. This was a district matchup that we kind of previewed earlier. 5-6A implications in this ball game. And Grayson, Denton Geyer, well, they found their rhythm, and they found it quickly in this ball game.
Man, these Denton Geyer Wildcats, I have broadcasted them a couple of times so far throughout this season. They are now 4-3 overall. They're 3-1 in district. They have secured the second place spot in 5-6A after tonight. They're now behind Carroll Dragons, who I believe they're ranked number 6 at this point. They're still undefeated, so it's not a bad team to be behind. But they had control from basically their first score until the end of the game. I think that they had this Keller Indians team on their heels all night long. They had control of the clock. They had control on both sides of the ball, and their defense stepped up in a huge way, and they completely shut down that Keller Indians offense.
Grayson, Zach, with you, talk about that Geyer defense for us. Who is it that's really playing well? I mean, is it the defensive line, the linebackers? They have a playmaker in the secondary. We know about the offense and really the three-headed monster they're kind of building there with Stowers, Cobbs, and Metter on the outside. And Cadrick Cobb, again, it seemed like he was able to take over the game. You can alliterate on that a little bit later. But I really want to focus on what are you seeing from this Geyer Wildcat D that was able to slow down a red-hot Keller offense?
You know, I feel like I had been underestimating this Geyer defense just because of how well the Denton Ryan defense over in 5A has been playing, and I've been watching them, and they have been absolutely dominating. So I feel like I've been underestimating the Wildcats defense because of that. But this team, they don't really have a superstar or anything like that. There's no one guy who's truly dominating. I think tonight I can definitely say that the defensive tackle, Isaac Carrillo, he's a senior, he had 3 huge tackles for loss tonight that were all in really big situations. He was a dominant force on that front line. I'd also say the defensive end, Lawrence Norton, has also been a very consistent contributor on that front line. But I'd say the whole unit has definitely stepped up. I don't think that there's been, one area or one guy or one section. All these guys go out there and they do their job, and maybe each game, one guy might step up. Like I said, tonight it was the defensive tackle, Isaac Carrillo. But overall, this team is just learning how to play as a unit.
Grayson, how much trust do you have in quarterback Eli Stowers? Didn't have a great performance tonight. Only threw the ball 10 times and had 2 interceptions. He had a really big coming out party last week, but we know he's young. He's going to have growing pains. How much confidence do you have in him as we get near the playoffs?
Look, the sophomore Eli Stowers is a very interesting character. He's kind of a dark horse guy that nobody really knows that much about. I mean, this is still his first season stepping out into the Texas high school football plane. He's never stepped on a varsity football field before until this season. And if there's any single player out of all the teams that I have been broadcasting this season that has improved every single matchup that I've seen him, it's been Eli Stowers. That guy has gone out there, and he has made it a mission every single week to just get a little bit better. And tonight, and I think that Cadrick Cobb's returning to the field after the first couple of matchups, being out with an injury, has definitely done him a lot of good. It's given him a lot of confidence, opened up a lot of options for him, both on the ground and through the air. I think when it comes to his running game, he's already really solid. He's really great with the read option with Cadrick Cobb. Both of them run it very well together. I just think he needs to continue to develop his vision in terms of passing downfield. He needs to quit taking so many risks, which I think is why he has more interceptions than he does passing touchdowns after tonight. He's now got 8 passing touchdowns on the season, 9 interceptions. I just think he needs to calm down when he's passing the football, quit taking so many shots, maybe run a couple of safer routes with his wide receivers just to get his confidence going earlier on when he's passing it. But in terms of running the football, I think he's already very proficient.
A lot of excitement around Stowers and that entire offense for Denton Geyer and for Coach Walsh in the future. Grayson Nolette, thanks again for joining us here from Whataburger Friday Night Stars. Denton Geyer and Keller Geyer with another big-time win. Grayson, we'll talk to you again next week.
Absolutely. And let me just end it with this. Something that head coach John Walsh said after the game to our sideline reporter David Patterson during his post-game interview was that he thinks that his team is really freaking good and nobody just knows it. And right now, I think that this is a team that is going to continue to get really good as the season goes on. So keep your eyes on Denton Guyer. They might get even better as the season continues.
Wouldn't doubt it even a single bit. We've got our eyes on them on our side as well. Grayson, thanks so much, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, guys.
Wow. I mean, that's no doubt about it. Denton Guyer turns out.
And he's not making statements like that unless he truly believes it. And he's a dude that's been there. He's won state championships. He knows when he's got a good ball club. He's feeling good about this bunch he's got this year.
And what a great compliment from Grayson about Eli Sowers, just basically saying that he's getting better every week. And that's all you want as a coach.
Especially
to be
as
able
a sophomore
It seems like
quarterback.
this football team really is, too. And they're kind of growing along with that sophomore quarterback.
Yeah, definitely so. And that's going to be an exciting team to watch come playoff time. They've got to get there first because they've got a little bit of an uphill battle, but they're doing so well so far. Another team that we've looked at as a state championship contender, Duncanville and the Panthers, with another big win, 49-7 over Richardson Pierce. This game close early. However, Duncanville pulls away late. We've got Adrian Jagish on the line, who was at this Richardson-Duncanville matchup. And Adrian, is Duncanville as advertised, even though early on it was just kind of a tough game and kind of a gritty game in the rain?
Hi, guys. Yeah, so it was really interesting. I was really excited, okay, because these are two both really good teams. Duncanville, like, I tend to throw the term powerhouse team around a lot, but Duncanville is definitely a powerhouse team. Like, they were undefeated this season. And then when I sat down and started watching the game, it was kind of boring, actually. I was kind of waiting for stuff to pick up, and I will say Duncanville had a pretty good strategy. They would creep down the field when they were offense, and then when they were defense, they would just tackle.
Yo, Adrian, this is Heckma, man. Listen, I got a question for you about my Duncanville Panthers. Look,
I think I claimed them.
The first half, they came out a little slow. I think we were all a little nervous about how they were going to finish this game. Talk about the second half and how they came out against J.J. Pierce.
Well, yeah.
Uh-oh.
So in the first half they were really slow, and I thought maybe Pierce was going to step up a little bit because the only touchdown they scored was 3 seconds left on the clock for the first half. And so I was like, oh, it's heating up. It's finally heating up. Like, all the action's happening. And then for the second half, I will say Tristan Smith, the running back, junior running back, he's the player to watch this season, I will say. And I remember covering him a couple weeks ago, covering Duncanville, and thinking, wow, he's a really good player. Basically, they were just tackling as much as they could, and they kept like tricking Pierce into thinking that they would pass the ball to somebody else, but then they would hold on to the ball, and then like the quarterback ran and ran a lot of touchdowns too.
Yeah, unbelievable game from Duncanville. Over 620 yards on offense. Adrian, thanks so much for joining us. We'll talk to you soon.
Talk to you guys later. Bye.
There he goes, Adrian Jagish, and 416 yards on the ground. Oh, my gosh.
Are you kidding
It seems
me?
like every week it grows.
Duncanville's crazy.
They can run the football.
They got Jaquindon Jackson who's doing it through the air. He had almost 100 yards on the ground, a couple of touchdowns through the air, and then they're talking about Tristan Smith there, his old Adrian. He almost had 200 yards rushing. This Duncanville Panther team.
It is only right that we get Allen and Duncanville in the playoffs. I mean,
football
it has
gods
to happen.
let it
For
happen.
DFW supremacy.
Well, I tell you what, when I was talking to you about the first half and them not having a whole lot of passing yards, look, they finished the game with 211 passing yards. So they discovered a passing game.
Yeah, right.
In that fourth quarter.
This is the one area we haven't done well.
Let's work on it.
Let's go out there in the second half and let's work on it. And look, this is a good J.J. Pierce team. They came in 5-1. They've got one of their best teams since they've had in over a decade, and they just whooped up on them.
Yeah, they definitely did, and put it on them in that second half. Really impressive on the ground, in the air. Doesn't matter. Duncanville gets it done again. A team that we kind of thought had a chance to maybe compete in that 6A level early on. They suffered a setback last week. Euless Trinity. They had a game this weekend against Weatherford, a bounce-back game. It was tied early, just like Duncanville, and we've got Joshua Price on the phone from Weatherford, who was at this game. Joshua, first off, thanks for joining us here on Whataburger Friday Night Stars, and tell us a little bit about Euless Trinity. A big bounce-back game, and they were really impressive in that second half.
Yeah, they were really just great, you know. But the big part about this game is that they were just running the ball the whole time. I mean, they just glued the ball to Graham Pierce, 160 yards, 2 touchdowns. and they just ran through that defense like a knife through butter.
Love it, a knife through butter. And that defense on the other side for Euless Trinity, how was that defense successful against the Weatherford Kangaroos?
I think it was just, they really just shut them down. And I think a lot, also the receivers just couldn't really get a hand on the ball. A lot in the game, especially I think in the third quarter, the receivers just tried to bring in the ball, but they just couldn't really get it. And I think it was just a lot of pressure from this Trinity defense.
Joshua Price on the phone from Euless Trinity in Weatherford. We're running up against the clock a little bit here, Joshua, but thanks so much for joining us. We'll talk to you again soon.
All right, thank you for having me.
There he goes, Joshua Price. And, guys, we've got some games we've got to get to because there have been a lot of good games to talk about. But overall, another big win for Euless Trinity, kind of getting back on track after the loss last week.
Yeah, it did what we thought they would, right?
Did what we thought they would, exactly. How about Rowlett? Did they do what we thought they would against Wiley?
Not so much.
Oh, what happened there?
Yeah, definitely a blowout game versus Wiley. No one expected it, but it happened, guys. I mean, look, 42-28. Ammo, Wiley pulls out the complete upset of the Rowlett Eagles.
Yeah, big-time win for Wiley. Surprising to anybody? Maybe not so much.
I mean, knocked him off the list of the unbeatens.
Yeah,
Wiley's just playing good football right now.
Now, what about that Warrior Spirit?
That was with Arlington Martin.
Oh, why did I think that was with Wiley?
That's okay.
Wiley's the Pirates.
Well, the 3 turnovers is huge for Wiley in a game like this. Rowlett turned the ball over that many times. That's a frustrating loss, man. You know, if you're Rowlett right now, you're kicking yourself.
Yeah, you definitely are kicking yourself because you lose this game to a crosstown rival. It's not very fun to look at. Aledo, Cleburne, another big-time win for Aledo. That one not even close overall. But Arlington, Martin. How about this final score? Arlington was down early. What happened here?
Well, they came on back and they got the dub. Jahari Rogers able to pull it out, rabbit out of the head, as Jason Witten would say. A 32-25 victory for Arlington over Martin. But Martin did keep it more competitive, I think, than a lot of people would have thought.
Yeah, who would have thunk of the Cardiac Colts pulling this one out? They had to definitely, like you said, pull a rabbit out of a hat and come back and beat the Warriors. The Warriors definitely had the spirit tonight.
Thank God for forcing 4 turnovers for the Colts, and to think about that Arlington Martin defense really stepped up. Jahari Rogers only having 88 yards through the air. I know he had a little over 100 on the ground, but for a guy who we're used to seeing stuff the stat sheet, that's a good defensive effort, and a shame you have 4 turnovers, man, to lose that game.
Yeah, definitely. So Cedar Hill over Mansfield Lake Ridge. Those are highlights from the Colony. We'll talk about some of those. 42-17 was the final score. Cedar Hill over Lake Ridge. And we talked about the quarterback going out early for Mansfield Lake Ridge. And just not a fun night for the Eagles overall.
No, and Cedar Hill angry after that loss last week. And anytime for Lake Ridge you lose Rogers, you're everything. All-purpose leading passer and rusher. It's tough. But Cedar Hill did what they had to do at home.
Like you said, man, when it comes down to Lake Ridge, not as deep as some of the other programs in the city, but, again, lose your best guy, team goes into a panic.
And Guy Frazier called in and told us that when Rogers went down, it was a tie ball game, and then he goes down and the game gets busted wide open.
Absolutely.
Yeah, looking at it one more time, Rockwall and North Mesquite. Rockwall with another big win over North Mesquite. This was one of our pick'em games. Did we all 4 pick Rockwall?
Yes, we did.
Yeah,
sure. Well, that was not as exciting. 44-10, the final score. Zach, let's go through those 6A scores really quickly.
Well, we know Geyer over Keller, 31-17. Coppell over Flower Mound Marcus, 24-23. Lakeview Centennial over Garland, 31-3. Naaman Forest over South Garland, 45-20. Flower Mound with the clinching win over Hebron, 38-35. Louisville, they keep on winning, 61-10 over Irving. 50-18 Irving Mack over Irving MacArthur. Allen unbeaten, 43-14. They beat Jesuit. Northwest Eaton, 31-7 over Keller Central. South Lake Carroll, 47-26 over Fossil Ridge. McKinney, back-to-back wins. They get a victory over Plano West, 17-12. 41-19 Plano upsets Plano East. We just talked about Wiley over Rowlett, Haltom over Abilene, Arlington over Arlington Martin. Sam Houston knocks off North Crowley 57-42. DeSoto shuts out Grand Prairie 48-0. Lamar over Fort Worth Pascal 59-0. Bowie over Trimble Tech 55-6. Lake Highlands all over W.T. White 55-22. Longview comes over and smacks Rockwall Heath 48-10. Berkner 41-10 over Molina. And Skyline with a big 71-33 victory. Probably one of the upsets of the night, 45-24. SGP over Summit. And then Mansfield beats Waxahachie 55-7.
5A scores.
5A scores. Grapevine beats Carrollton Newman Smith. Colleyville Heritage 63-3 over Carrollton RL Turner. Denton Braswell falls to Frisco Reedy 40-14. Denison 56-20 over Frisco. Frisco Wakeland 35-20 over Frisco Independence. Little Elm 42-9 over Frisco Liberty. 45-20 for Lake Dallas over Frisco Memorial, and 21-14 for the Colony over Lone Star. That was a big game. Credit to the Colony offense there. West Mesquite 37-52 falls to McKinney North. Wiley East 21-61 to Mesquite Poteet, and that's your 5A rundown.
4A and other. Heckma, give us the rundown there.
Aubrey beat Crum 41-13. Melissa beat Salina 28-21. Paris lost to Argyle 35-34-26. Also, Midlothian Heritage made Athens kiss the baby tonight 68-34.
Wow.
Boyd beat Pilot Point. This is a surprise, 20-14. Crandall beat Life Waxahachie 28-7. Kemp beat Madison, yay, 28-6. And that's your 4A highlights, guys.
4A highlights. Lots of action around the entire area. Real quickly, star of the night, Eric. Caden Davis, no question about it.
Blake Short for Flower Mound.
Wow, that's a big one, too. I like that. Another big win for the Jaguars.
Stay in the course, Michael Black.
Michael Black. His Haltom Buffaloes remain undefeated overall. My star of the night, everybody involved with Whataburger Friday Night Stars, whether it's Chris Beam or Matt or Anthony or Chance or Fred Garner, anybody involved with Whataburger Friday Night Stars. For Eric Chiafalo, for Zach Wolchuk, for Heckma Harrison, I'm Kyle Yeoman saying so long from Week 8 of Texas High School Football. Thanks for watching and God bless.